TJ does life more like TJ does meth. Got him. Oh, yeah. This is TJ's experimental deep fake channel. Yeah, I'm not even really here. Is this live, TJ? No. This was pre-recorded in the 80s. The real TJ is an old, old man by now. All this shit that I've ever done was pre-recorded back in the 80s. Idiots. Don't you know? Why am I strangling my beard? Like Homer strangles Bart. I don't know. Just trying to keep it all together, you know? Trying to train the beard up so that it wizards, you know? I think it's important to have a long wizardy beard, man. Yeah, everything I do is from the 80s. Everything I've ever done has been from the 80s. Go cook something, please. Jesse, we've got to cook. Hello, TJ. How are you? I am fine. Thank you. Hello, Master. What night do we expect? We expect a night of revelry and dance. So pour me a mead and grab the nearest wench with big, buxom titties. And, sit back while I regale you of tales of the new world. Cut it. Very respectful Professor Beard there. Yeah. Amen. Yeah, dude, when I was a kid, when I was a young boy, my father took me into the city to see a marching band. But also, my mom told me that I was not allowed to watch The Simpsons because it was, like, horrible. It was like, it is not a children's cartoon. It is for adults only. Which, of course, I was just like, I gotta see this. It's hard to believe The Simpsons was ever considered edgy, but it was. LMAO, my friend Simber is making a video on the Mr. Dapperton garbage video. Lol. Yeah, it's Mr. Dapperton's video. It's an excellent video, I gotta say. It's really good. You guys will see. It's a masterpiece of the genre. I was 36 back in the 80s. Now I'm like whatever someone who was 36 in the 80s would be. I'm like 100. Like 172. You become a woke salve to Vosh. Paul is the only reason DFF has edge. Cool. I'm sheltered. Good. Am I banned? No, you're not. TJ's beard is looking Voshian for some reason. What? Vosh's beard don't hold a candle to my beard. What are you talking about? That's ridiculous gibberish. Or my mustache, too. I curl that up. You do that. Yes. Doesn't want to do that. Oh, well. What's a woke salve? I don't know. I think he meant to say slave. Or whatever. Looking dashing. Didn't it used to be Anarchy Ball? I don't know. All these libertarian channels have a similar aesthetic. They all try to look like Saturday morning cartoon villains for some damn reason. Yeah, Vosh's beard is not even worth fucking mentioning, alright? Vosh's beard is so far beneath my beard that it doesn't even register as a beard in comparison, okay? Behold. Yes. 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 Talk about me. I am a critic of you. Does this mean you'll discuss me? No, Jimmy. No one will ever discuss you, you fucking piece of shit. No one ever wants to talk about Jimmy Dore. I've never even heard someone mention your name. Jim Meador. Jim Meador. It's beautiful. That's Prime's stroke while contemplating length of beer. Yeah, it's true. Just be like, I suppose we could. Yeah, man. That's how you do it. Which critics can respond tonight? The two in the fucking thumbnail. Spoiler alert. The ones that are literally in the fucking thumbnail. Shocking as that may be. Hold your fucking horses, okay? Hold them. See them horses over there? Hold them. No, not there. That's gross. Hold them by the tail or something. No, I didn't see the debate. I watched the first, like, 20 minutes, and then Chelsea wanted me to do something, and so I stopped watching, and I haven't reprised it yet. I feel like I don't ever watch that kind of shit when Chelsea's around, because I feel like a fucking dork. I got a promotion, and my employer raised all of our wages, like they should, so where's my 10 minutes? Here's my 10 minutes of hard work. Cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. What are your thoughts on the Dark Crystal? I hate it. Personally, I don't know. I don't like it. I don't get it. I think it's really like a boring, weird movie that sucks ass. But I appreciate that people like it, you know? Like, I don't think it's like you're stupid if you like it. I don't. You've seen Suicide Squad, I guarantee you'll love it. I mean, I have HBO Max, and I can watch it for free on there. Well, not for free, but as part of my HBO Max package. Or I could go see it in a movie theater, but I'm in, like, COVID town, so, I don't know. I kind of want to see it on the big screen, but I'm also kind of, like, impatient to see it. And if I was going to see it in the theater, I would try to go at non-peak time. But that's not going to be a Friday night or a Saturday night or even like a Sunday night. I'm probably going to have to see it on a weeknight if I really want it to be as empty as I want it to be. So, I don't know. I might cape. You know what I'm thinking I might do? Because I kind of have a hankering to go to the movie theater. I was thinking about watching the Suicide Squad on my TV. And I was then going to go see The Green Knight in theaters. Because I've heard good things about that as well. So, you know. Good strong contemplation, man. I'm gonna just ban you. This Rick and Morty hated piece of shit. You don't understand what's life. Damn it. Why is the chat out of sync with the fucking goddamn stream? Hold on. I know what the fucking problem is here. I gotta fucking pop it out and put it over here. Then I'll be able to fucking do what I need to do. All right, you get a fucking oh, Johnny the Insatiable Void took care of it. Yeah, I don't want to. I'm done with the fucking Rick and Morty got bad after season X takes. I don't care when you say it got bad or whatever. That's just like, that's now draconian timeout shit. Like, I just don't care to hear it anymore. I've heard the fucking shit. I get that some people think that way. I get that they're wrong. It's fine. Just stop being stupid. Don't go in The Green Knight expecting to see action. I've already heard it's like talky and slow, so I know not to expect that. I know to expect a slow burning drama kind of thing. What are your thoughts on me giving you 324? I don't know. Could you try it a few more times to see? I want to see how I really feel about it. You know, deep down inside. Yeah, that's the rule in here. Rick and Morty is good. That's our rule. Until I say otherwise. See it on a Tuesday. My dad used to work in the theaters and says Tuesdays were the least busiest day. Well, the theater I go to has discounts on Tuesday, so I don't know if that drives up traffic. I'm sure it does, because that's probably why they do it. Hi, TJ. You're all right. Thank you. Thank you kindly. You are sweet. What is this shit? Am I getting blotchy up here? Yeah, who saw the previews of Green Knight and was like, this is an action film? Like, there's literally no action in the trailer. So, you know. I don't know if you expected there to be, like, a big fucking, you know, Michael Bay fucking car chase and explosion scene. I don't know, you know? Rick is a shit character now. Let's all be real. Dude, what did I just say? Get him out. Get him out. I don't want to hear it. I've heard it. I've heard all the shit. I'm done. I'm sick of it. I'm fucking sick of it. I'm fucking sick of it. Is it better this time or no? You know? I feel like I need one more time to truly gauge how I feel about it. I'm on the fence. I'm not really sure how I feel about the $3.24 donation, you know? I'm really just... it's like I want to fucking... I just don't know. I just don't know. Hey, Johnny, I don't mind that you hid that guy, but in the future, give him a timeout first. If they come back again after that, hide them. Give them one warning shot. They get one warning shot across the bow. You know what I mean? And let them know, you know? Shoot them. Shoot them down with a timeout and then be like, no Rick and Morty shit talk. And then, you know, if they come back and start doing it again, boom, kill them. Kill them for good. It's all good, man. I don't even care. That dude seemed like a douche, but future reference. I don't want to be quite as draconian as Paul. I want to be a little bit more like, you know, liberal democracy kind of shit. I mean, really, it's still a dictatorship, but I want it to have more of an appearance of egalitarianism. So, you know. Anyway, let's take a look at, oh, sorry, I got a $20 guy there. Remember that time Rick became a pickle? I sure the fuck do. Classic fucking Rick, man. I turned myself into a pickle, Morty! Pickle Rick! Oh, Rick. Lovely. Just lovely. So beautiful. People meme about Pickle Rick like, ha ha ha, it's not funny. It is funny. It actually was super funny. It's still super funny. That episode is fucking great. Shut up. Whatever. Rick and Morty is Reddit tier. Whatever. Reddit is whatever you want it to be. You can literally customize your Reddit experience to whatever. If you go to Reddit and it sucks, that's your fault. That's your fault for going to the wrong shit. Because Reddit can be super fucking enjoyable if you follow the right shit. If you're following a bunch of garbage on Reddit, then you have no one to blame but yourself. It's literally an experience cultivated to your fucking interests, dipshit. Like, what do you want? I've had the Szechuan sauce. I had to say, like, whatever. It's a little cloying and, like, weird. Like, a little bit too tangy, you know? It's, like, good for, like, the first few nuggets, and then you're kind of like, a little too much. A little too over the top. Reddit is like, I see left-wing people be like, Reddit is just a fucking, oh, so many right-wingers there. They're all just a bunch of right-wing fucking nuts. And then right-wingers like, bunch of fucking soy boy Reddit bullshit. Bunch of blue hairs over there on Reddit with their SJWism. I just think everyone looks at Reddit and sees what they hate. Reddit is like a dark mirror held up to our faces for some reason. Anyway. Let's get to this, huh? I guess, should I kill my music? Nah, let's keep it going.
Jeff Bezos and Richard Branson are both trying to...
I guess I'll, maybe I can watch it at 1.5 speed. Would you guys be bothered by 1.5 speed on this? Well, you know what? For those of you who watch shit slow, or like who speed shit up, I don't want to make it too hard for you to fucking speed up. So I guess I'll play it at normal speed. I don't know. We can put it to a vote if you guys want. Let's see. All right, you guys have an opportunity. I think I might have fucking spelled shit wrong. No, go vote in the poll. I'm going to give you guys a chance. When you got, let's say, at 100 votes or whatever, or when it stops. There's 281 people in here, so, you know. Did I just accidentally end the poll? No, I didn't yet. All right, yeah, keep on voting, folks. Looks like 1.25 is out ahead right now. If you have a different preference, let it be known. I live to please. We're at 84 votes. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna call it at 100. There's not much time for another option to catch on up. The second place is normal speed. All right. We just passed 100. It looks like 1.25 is our winner. So we'll do that. We're going to play it at 1.25 speed. I think I'm going to go ahead and just pause our music so that we're not distracted by that. And we're going to go ahead and play this motherfucking video. This is I Love Rich People, response to my video, I Hate Rich People. This is by a dude who goes by the name of Mr. Dapperton, who I think I have some kind of ancient history with. He's got about... How many subscribers this dude got? He got... I don't think he actually lists his subscribers, but that's okay. He's got... it looks like his videos average, you know, a couple hundred, maybe sometimes break 1,000 kind of thing. This one of me that he made 3 days ago is almost 1,000 views. 11 minutes, 51 seconds. This is, we're not doing this guy yet. Let's take a look. Play the video at ludicrous speed. Go! You know what? Before I do this, I should probably take a piss. Just heighten the fucking, I'll be right back. All right, Mr. Dapperton, let's go.
Jeff Bezos and Richard Branson are both trying to use their multi-billion...
Damn, boy. Damn, boy. That's a thick-ass boy.
Let me finish the fucking sentence. Jesus Christ. You didn't even fucking, like, let me complete the thought, for fuck's sake. Damn, boy, that's a thick-head boy. Damn, boy. Damn. Yeah, I'm thick, I know. You're thick-headed? You got a blue suit? Damn, that's a Dumb and Dumber dressed boy right there. That's a Casey Jones rip-off retarded, don't tread on me snake backroom boy right now. Woo! Oh boy! Next time, bring the camera with you when you pee, and I'll donate $100. Ooh, okay. That'll be a private arrangement between the two of us, you know? Join my OnlyFans.
Goddamn! Papa!
What was that? Goddamn! Papa! How does this guy not have more views? Goddamn! Papa! Is that a reference? Is he a bird? Caw-caw! Caw-caw! All right.
fortunes to flee the Earth amidst a record-breaking heat wave and droughts. But that's none of my business.
And you think the climate will just fix itself if the rich people just gave up money to the climate gods, right?
Well, no, not the climate gods. I don't think the climate. I honestly think the climate is damaged beyond at least simple repair at this point. But yeah, I think that if we had at any point taken what scientists said seriously and, you know, tried to take serious, drastic measures to decrease the amount of CO2 that we released into the atmosphere, then yeah, I think that would have strongly mitigated the deleterious effects of climate change that we're now dealing with. And you know that, right? You're not a young guy. This is not like some 20-year-old behind that mask. I know this dude has been making videos for quite some time, so I assume this is a dude in his 30s that literally, you know, has seen as the effects of climate change have gotten worse and ravaged this planet. You know, he's old. He's not young enough to play the naivete card. And at no point did I ever say anything even vaguely resembling, you know, let's take away the rich people's money and that will fix the climate. Stupid argument. Non-argument, really.
If they just gave the money to the climate gods, the climate will just stop being a...
What is this who? The climate gods? No. Science. Give it to science. I mean, don't give it to science. Well, yeah, give some of it to science, but then when the science produces stuff like, hey, here's things we can do to mitigate climate change, you listen to them, right? This is not fucking rocket science. This is like, hey, let's stop using coal for energy. Let's not allow fucking, you know, polluting industries to be the dominant industries on the planet. If it turns out that CO2 emissions from our fucking vehicles are a problem, maybe build a high-speed rail system. Maybe switch over to electric vehicles. Maybe give tax incentives to people who drive electric vehicles. Maybe fucking rely more heavily on solar power and wind power. And even nuclear power. I'm not a nuclear power advocate, but it doesn't release CO2. So I guess that it's still got that going for it. So yeah, there's like tangible things that you could actually do. And we should have been doing them a long time ago. But even to this day, there's things we could do to at least mitigate the harm. Now, I think that so much of the harm has already been done that a lot of it's irreversible. At least that's what the climate scientists are telling us at this point. We failed to listen to them up till now. Maybe we should start listening. The right time to act was yesterday. The second best time to act is today. And this asshole is still on here going like, what are we supposed to give money to climate gods? Like as if that's a position of anybody.
The ass, right? When will you learn that?
Let's not fucking do the nuclear power thing right now. We can fucking get into that some other time.
Giving the government more money won't do anything beneficial. They put us $30 trillion in debt, and climate change is still an issue. So don't give me that bullshit.
$30 trillion in debt? Are we $30 trillion in debt because of climate change mitigation? No. We're not $30 trillion in climate change debt. weird fucking thing to say.
Money won't solve that problem.
By the way,
Well, I already talked about what would, or some of the things that would.
subscribe to my channel. I don't know how to work that in seamlessly, so... Honestly, I hope Bezos' rocket doesn't blow up on re-entry, because my Twitter will definitely get banned in the aftermath of that event. And what would I do without Twitter? Where would I go to make myself cry with impotent rage while ignoring my friends and family when they try to talk to me? I guess Branson was the first one to get up there, but I bet Bezos is going to be the first one with, like, a space yacht, you know?
I get it, because he's rich.
Oh, Bronson!
Yeah.
You must simply take your...
Yeah, because he's rich. Hold on.
Virgin Galactic...
Sorry, I keep fucking accidentally turning the fucking music back on when I'm trying to pause this dude's fucking video. No, this one. This window. Right here.
To my Chad space yacht for the weekend.
Wait.
There's no laws up
No, oh, he's playing music too. It's so confusing. Where the fuck
here,
is this?
Francie. You know, we can get up to some Alex Jones shit. Let's see if that whole pituitary gland thing works.
Damn, bro. These jokes just aren't hitting for me.
Oh no. My socialist jokes against the wealthy don't resonate with a fucking retarded ANCAP. Oh no. Who would have ever thunk it?
I love how Alex Jones says that these rich people have discovered the dark secret to eternal youth, yet
You want the video volume up? Okay, I can do that.
all of the power brokers in our country look like nightmare mummies. I have friends who are conspiracy theorists, and most of them vote Republican, which is pretty funny to me. Like, imagine that worldview for a second. The elites are satanic, multi-dimensional pedophile lizards who have brainwashed the populace with their advanced mind control techniques. And I am strongly against raising their taxes.
See, unlike you, he just wants freedom for everyone, not just freedom for people he likes.
Come on, they earned that.
What was that? Unlike you, he wants freedom for everyone, not just... What is that even a like, what? I'm talking about the ludicrousness of, like, a QAnon conspiracy worldview where they literally think that, like, the elites are, like, satanic fucking monsters from the realm beyond that are, like, running secret fucking rape rings and shit, and yet still oppose lowering their taxes, or raising their taxes, sorry. It's like, why on one hand are you vilifying these people as the worst human beings imaginable, but then on the other hand saying, well, let's not tax them, though, to improve society? I was just talking about how that doesn't really make sense as a worldview, because out of one side of your mouth, you're saying that they're pure evil and the source of all that's wrong in the world, and then on the other side of your mouth, you're saying, well, they deserve to keep their money. It doesn't make any sense. That's the whole point. You didn't even address that.
That money. The space lizards who brainwashed us earned the money. Okay, gotcha.
Yes, we wouldn't wish taxes on our worst enemy.
Nice green screen.
Taxes don't fix problems.
You wouldn't wish taxes on your worst enemy? Like, what? Taxes? Like, really? So, space lizards, raping people, sowing seeds of distrust, brainwashing the populace, stealing all the fucking planet's wealth, causing wars, all the stuff that they supposedly do according to conspiracy nuts. But asking them to fucking give up a small percentage of their income, or even a large percentage of their fucking massive incomes, is like a fate worse than death. And like, you wouldn't wish that. I would not wish it upon my worst enemy. What about Adolf Hitler? Should we raise Adolf Hitler's taxes? No. I wouldn't wish that upon my worst enemy, sir. Taxes? Nothing is worse.
Again, $30 trillion in debt, and climate change is still a problem. Hasn't fixed a problem yet.
Okay, taxes haven't fixed a single fucking problem in society. Like, this is just... It must be embarrassing to be this demonstrably dumb and wrong, right? Because literally almost every social ill that has ever been fixed, with only a very fucking scant few exceptions, has been solved through taxation. Or through money gathered through taxation. Hey, a number of people are starving. Well, they're going to need some government assistance in the form of like food stamps and welfare and stuff. Systems that are proven to work. And how's that revenue generated? Through taxation. You need to get from point A to point B. We need a road. Private company can't do it unless every road is going to be a toll road. The fact that you can get on a fucking interstate highway and drive across this country, that's only possible through taxation. I know libertarians hate roads and are scared of the very concept of a road. Let's say our country is attacked by foreign invaders. Oh no, it seems like we need some sort of organized military. How are we going to pay for it? Oh, right, taxation. Police, fire department, whatever the fuck else across the board. Any fucking viable social function that actually keeps the cogs of society turning is funded by taxation. This is just demonstrably easily wrong.
Dictator through history, has had to give the people an enemy to fear and to hate. Usually it's like immigrants or Jews or something, but the real enemy all along, rich people.
You claim to be against prejudice, but here you are being classist. Which, honestly, is just about as bad as racism. But
no. No, wait, what? Classism? Wait, so bigotry against rich people is just as bad as racist. So if I look at somebody who has enough wealth to literally, solve poverty in this country, enough wealth to end homelessness if they so desire, but they don't do that because they would rather hoard it for themselves, and they exploit and underpay their workers. And anytime those workers try to form a union to collectively bargain, those very same rich bastards crush that union through violence, intimidation, subterfuge, gaslighting, whatever the fuck they need to do, whatever tool they need to fucking look into their arsenal. So people who made a series of choices to exploit their fellow human beings and accrue massive sums of wealth that they then hoard and do not use for the benefit of humanity. Hating those people is the same as hating someone merely for the color of their skin, regardless of their moral character. Fuck you. You're so fucking stupid. All of you libertarians live in fucking la-la land, where your stupid fucking garbage fucking philosophy trumps reason, trumps reality, trumps what is observable about the universe.
But you're proud of your classism, aren't you? By the way, the enemy isn't rich people. The people who build jobs and make the society move forward.
Shut up, you fucking simpering dolt. The people who create jobs are created by demand. They're not created by rich people. Jobs are created by labor and demand for that labor. Rich people are just there as parasites to exploit that. That's all the fuck they ever were.
It's people who want to use government to take your freedom away. That's the enemy. What do you think really is the problem?
Your freedom to do what, bitch? What freedom are you worried about the government taking away from you? You afraid they're gonna fucking take away your fucking terrible green screen? You afraid they're gonna take away your little cool snake logo, don't tread on me? You afraid they're gonna take your little Casey Jones mask and your Dumb and Dumber blue fucking tuxedo and your stupid American flag? What are they gonna take from you, bud? What freedom they gonna take? What freedom do you want that you really think the government is a threat to?
Problem here. Rich people having more money than you, and then you being jealous of that fact, or people using the government to strip every freedom that you have away from you?
Wow, what a fucking false dichotomy. So what's worse? Rich people or a totally authoritarian tyrannical government that strips you of literally every freedom? It's obviously the second thing. Luckily, those are not our only two choices.
One of the problems seems very petty. Your problem seems very petty when compared to your rights being stripped from you by government.
When you put it in a... Let me ask you, this is oh, God, this ice cream tastes like shit. Well, let me ask you this. What's worse, that ice cream or genocide? What now, bitch? Checkmate. Yeah, when you fucking create this ridiculous false dichotomy out of fucking thin air, yeah, of course, you can make What's worse, some guy having a big mansion or out-and-out fascism where you're brutally suppressed in every way, shape, or form on a constant daily basis, and you have absolutely no freedom of choice in any matter? What a ridiculous... what are we talking about?
Honestly, you seem like the type of person that gets jealous when he's in a competition and someone gets first place. You're like, oh, I'm in last place. Why doesn't the guy in first place split up his prize money? Because he played the game fair and square, and he earned that money. Why?
So capitalism in America, fair game. Fair and square game. Fair and square. So, hey, if you were born poor, I won't even use I'll take race out of it. I'll make it a white guy. You're born poor in a fucking dilapidated fucking trailer in Appalachia, and your mom and your dad are also brother and sister. So you're born like an inbred, poor, white trash Appalachian kid, and you live in an economically depressed area where drugs run rampant, and so that's your life. That's your starting point. Go fucking be the next Jeff Bezos, inbred Appalachian moron kid who's probably gonna be a drug addict or a dealer. You didn't succeed against, Chet Stevens, son of an investment banker who started his own business with a small loan of $10 million? You're just jealous you didn't succeed in the fair game of capitalism. Shut up. God. What fucking planet are you from, brah? What planet are you fucking from, bitch? Oh, you're from the planet where fucking Cletus, the inbred hillbilly, has every bit the same opportunity as Chet Stevens, son of the investment banker, who grew up in fucking Worthington, Pennsylvania, or some bullshit. Some fucking New England manor somewhere.
Why should you have to give it up? Just because you're jealous and you didn't work hard enough to earn it.
Shut up.
The problem is...
What are you... You're just jealous of my YouTube success, bitch. You're just jealous that your stupid video about me can't even touch the views of the video that you're fucking responding to, huh? I mean, I know I'm not as big as I fucking used to be, still bigger than you. Guess I'm doing better in the fucking the fair competition of YouTube, right? You just jealous of my success, bitch. Shut up. Like, you have no... We had to resort to this, like, you just jealous bullshit. You know you have no fucking argument, right? You know that's the fucking contention of a dude with no fucking argument, right, bro?
100% jealousy, nothing else.
Uh-huh.
You literally think stealing people's rights via government is righteous, while keeping
What
your own
rights?
money is thievery.
What
It
rights,
makes no
dipshit?
sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense because no one said that, stupid. No one fucking said a goddamn thing even vaguely resembling that. I'm sorry that in your fucking imbecilic libertarian fantasy worldview, that's what I said. I'm sorry you have to run everything I say through the filter of your Ayn Rand rattled fucking brain until it percolates out this fucking nonsense that bears zero fucking resemblance to the actual contentions made in the fucking video that you're responding to.
It was rich people all along. The people who buy the politicians.
You're dumb. You may say the problem
You're dumb. You're dumb.
is companies, not government. But the companies have no power by themselves. Only the government gives them power.
Oh, okay. Cool. Well, I guess like the long history of like the labor movement and corporations, running factory towns and like brutally crushing opposition and like literally owning slaves and doing child labor and, crushing any fucking whisper of a strike with the truncheon. I guess that was all just like a fantasy that I made up in my fucking head. Corporations, the only reason corporations don't use violence is because the state has a monopoly on violence. If you got rid of the state, those same corporations would all of a sudden employ goons once again. In fact, they already still do. It's just the goons don't go out in the street and, bludgeon you in the fucking face anymore, at least not in this country. A lot of fucking corporations still use violence to get their fucking goods made in other countries. A lot of corporations would still use violence covertly in this country. So this idea that that the fucking state has violence and goons, but the fucking corporations don't. Well, the reason that the corporations don't have as much violence and goons and thugs is because the state doesn't allow them to do that, or at least it limits the ways in which they can. If it didn't, we would see a return to what we saw in the 1920s and prior, which is the corporations very much do have goons that go out and fucking, enforce the edicts of the business magnate at the end of a fucking barrel of a gun, or, with a truncheon or with a boot.
So, can McDonald's tax you? Can Amazon build a standing army and attack countries? No, only the state can do that. And the state will do these things for businesses so they don't have to get their hands dirty. All they have to do is just lobby them and pay them money. So the government is clearly the problem. Not
the government is clearly the problem. No. No. How is the government clearly the problem? Wait, the corporations buy the politicians that pass the laws. The politicians then pass laws that are in the interest of the corporations, but then the government is the problem? No, corruption is the problem. The fact that we haven't done anything to get money out of politics is the problem. The problem is, really, ultimately, if you want to know who I truly blame for this state of affairs, it's the people who have allowed this government that is supposed to be of the people, for the people, and by the people, let it be co-opted and bought off by the fucking wealthy and the elite. Because who do you think your senator is going to listen to? You, who represents one vote, or a CEO of a Fortune 500 company that can represent, hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars in campaign contributions? Who do you think they're really going to listen to at the end of the fucking day? Who's their daddy?
The companies. Companies by themselves are powerless because we don't give.
Yeah, I paid this hitman to kill someone, so the hitman's the problem. No. Hitman is a facet of the problem, but ultimately it's the fact that you were willing to pay money to kill someone. That's the fucking problem. Got a few super chats coming in. The more patriotic the background, the dumber they likely are. No shit. Worker productivity has increased while wages have stagnated, so the whole working hard argument died a long time ago. Yeah, how many hard-working people do we know in this country who can't make ends meet? It's because working hard is not how you get rich. Exploiting people is how you get rich in this country.
Give them power.
Being a parasite is how you get rich. Convincing other people to work for you for less than what they are worth is how you get rich in America. It's how you get rich in a capitalist system.
Shoot them if they did anything involuntary. That's how government should be. Government should be voluntary. It shouldn't be done by force on the people without their consent.
Government is voluntary. That's the idea behind democracy, stupid. But you can't have. Wait, how is it would be completely impossible to have a government that everyone agrees on. If there has to be 100% assent to any government, then no government could exist. Because even the simplest moral edict, even murder should be illegal, there's always going to be someone who's like, nope, don't think so. Well, we don't have the consent of the governed. That guy does not agree to the murder is bad fucking rule. So this is stupid. The best we can fucking do is have a democracy. The best we can do is have a system whereby the people have an ability to make their fucking complaints known. Now, here in America, we have a republic that has elements of democracy. We have a representational democracy. I think that it's flawed. I think we actually need to switch over to a more direct democracy. Maybe not completely direct, because there is such a thing as tyranny of the majority. And there are times where emotions run high and people would pass laws that would be, 51% of the population votes to kill the other 49% kind of shit. But, with the right checks and balances in place, democracy is about the best we can fucking do when it comes to getting the consent of the fucking governed, okay? So, if you expect 100% assent to the government, then you just can't. There's no government is possible at that point. And if no government is possible, then no society is possible. Do you really honestly believe, are you naive and stupid enough to fucking possibly believe that a society as intricate and complex and populous as ours could possibly function without a government? There has to be some form of governance. There has to be. Whether that is an authoritarian top-down government or a democratic bottom-up government, which I favor, that's up for debate. But there has to be some form of governance. If there isn't, a society simply can't function. I want to build a road from point A to point B. Well, you can't do it because you don't have the consent of every fucking landowner along the way. But how do you even own land? How do you even enforce private property rights without some sort of like overarching government institution. If you don't have that, then Coca-Cola can just come along and say, this land is ours. Well, no, it's not. My family's lived here for generations. Well, we have more money, so fuck you. Here's our fucking thugs. Where are your thugs? You can't afford any? Well, then get the fuck out. This dude's a fucking imbecile, dude. I can't believe that this guy would actually have the nerve to open his mouth at me as if like he's even worthy of speaking in my general direction.
The difference between government and companies is that companies are voluntary and government is not. I seriously don't.
Companies are voluntary. Okay. Sure. Yeah. So, right. So if I want internet, I can. Oh, I have so many. I could just choose to get it with any company I want, right? Oh no, there's only fucking one company in most geographic areas that services your area. And there's no competition of that because they have the fucking market on lockdown. There's functional mini monopolies in communities across this country. Oh, maybe you can use satellite internet. Well, it's slow and it sucks. And if you don't have government services, then vital functions of society are going to have to be handled by private corporations. So like firefighters, you'd have to have a private firefighting force. So, we want to put the fire that's burning your house down out, but you didn't pay your fire bill, so guess we got to let it burn.
Understand how liberals can be like, the companies are buying the government, so we need more government. Makes no damn sense.
No one's saying we need more government. This is not about more government. The libertarians, the biggest disservice they ever did to us is they created this framing of the argument where government is measured by size. It's like, these people want more government, we want less government. I don't give a fuck what the size of the government is. The government should be exactly as large as it needs to be to perform the functions that are necessary for society to exist. And if we're going to have a society, it should be a prosperous and successful society. And how do you measure that? I don't look at a society where a handful of people are super, ultra, mega rich and live in the lap of luxury, but the vast majority of people are struggling. The vast majority of people live paycheck to paycheck. The vast majority of people don't have any savings. The vast majority of people, even if they do have savings, they're meager. A country where only a small percentage of people actually have enough money for even 1 year of retirement. I don't look at a country like that with those results and say, this is a successful country. A country where the wealth is concentrated at the top and the rest of the people have nothing is not a successful fucking society. And that's the fucking results you get when profits are more important than people. That's the kind of society you get where you worship wealth and you sycophantically suck up to the fucking wealthy, and you tell lies about them, like they're job creators, they're entrepreneurs, they're innovators. Meanwhile, you ignore the actual innovators, the actual job creators, the actual means by which new wealth is generated. These people are parasites. They are 100% parasites on the fucking land.
Like at all. It has to be the world's worst idea, and it is. And before you say we need massive government to stop unchecked people from doing evil, ask yourself, how government made of those same very people left unchecked will solve the problem.
Well, don't make it up of those people. How do you stop evil people with power? Good people with power, right?
Seriously, if people are evil, how is having a government made up of those same very people going to solve the problem?
Whoever said people were evil? The contention of the video is not people are evil. The contention of the video is that rich people are fucking pieces of shit. Okay?
It's not. It makes no fucking sense.
Yeah. Once again, setting up that straw man. Let me set up the straw man, knock him down. Set him up, knock him down. Set him up, knock him down. Amazing.
Who watches The Watchmen? No one. And if we had somebody watching the government, who would watch those people watching the government? It just doesn't make any sense.
Here's an idea, okay? How about we, the people, watch the government and hold it accountable when it doesn't do what we, the people, want it to do? We, who watches The Watchmen? Us. Stupid. Us.
At some point, you got to trust someone with freedom. It might as well be the people. It's
right. Wait. Where did we lose the plot here? What am I missing? That's what I advocate, stupid. What's the disagreement? How is it then in the best interest of the people to be exploited by a bunch of capitalistic douchebags? I mean, you don't look rich. I don't understand you fucking people. You here, you can't even afford a proper fucking green screen. You're dressed like a fucking doofus. You clearly don't have no fucking money. And yet here you are sucking fucking the dick of Jeff Bezos. Why? Is it because you think you're going to be rich one day? Is it because you've been brainwashed because you read fucking Atlas Shrugged fucking 30 times jerking off in the fucking toilet? Where's the disconnect happening here? What's going on?
Instead of giving the freedom to lunatics and tyrants and authoritarian bastards, give the freedom to the people.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes. Give the freedom to the people. Yeah. Awesome. I guess we agree. I know we don't. Because I actually want to do that. I actually want to give the freedom to the people. You want to give the freedom to the overlords. You want to give the freedom to the ruling class. When you talk about freedom to the people, what you're really talking about is the freedom of rich people to crack the whip.
You'd still have somebody protecting you. The police, private security. You'll have the right to self-defense.
Private security, you know? Private security. Oh, yeah, here, guys. Just tell me if you see any problem with this. We get rid of police, okay? No police no more. All right. We still got police, but now it's private security. You can hire your police. I can hire my police. We all just hire our own police. I don't foresee that producing any negative consequences. Wait, what happens when a billionaire hires an army of police and then you're like, I hired one detective for me. Oh my God, this giant corporation poisoned our water supply and the whole town is dying. Let's hire some police to investigate. Oh, the giant corporation hired a police force 10 times the size and they killed all of our police or ran them out of town. Oops. Guess we shouldn't have done this whole, let's rely on private security forces to enforce law and order.
And those two last things are the most effective ways of protecting yourself. Anyways,
no.
The police are 15 minutes away, okay? Having private security right at the location or having a gun on you right at that moment, that's more beneficial than relying on police that are 15 minutes away. It just...
Okay. Well, first of all, the police, I don't know where you live, but police are rarely 15 minutes away. But even if they are, that's not really a great art. If you can afford private security, if you're like a fucking millionaire and you can afford to have a private security guard guarding your fenced in Beverly Hills fucking palace, then I guess, yeah, it makes sense to do that. But for most of us who can't afford that, police are a pretty good fucking option. Now, there's problems with policing in this country, obviously, and those have been enumerated by me and others several times. But, nonetheless, if someone's coming to your house to murder you or something, not a bad idea to have some people in society whose job it is to stop that from happening. Also, not a bad idea to have a gun.
It is. Please stop giving the government so much power.
But we're not even arguing about guns anyway, so.
In a country where literally everything is regulated.
Did I say even one word about let's take away the guns? I didn't, so don't even know what the fuck that's coming from.
Can you truly say you're free? You can't. And if you do, you're wrong.
Okay.
The country used to be so great, but liberals keep ruining it for everyone with their ever-expanding list of government laws. And they somehow think they're the good guys. Leftists are just puppets of the government-controlled mainstream.
Wait, are we talking about liberals or leftists? Because that's two different fucking categories of people. And even then, There's different kinds of liberals and there's different kinds of leftists and different ways that those philosophies might intersect. I guess we're not interested in that kind of nuance, though, right?
Media. They regurgitate whatever the state tells them to. They are government puppets. Nothing else but use as tools to expand the government and take your freedoms and your money. And they won't be happy until all your freedom.
What money, dude? You don't look to me like a dude that has money that he has to be worried about. You're literally making this video to defend the money of rich motherfuckers like Warren Buffett and Bill Gates and fucking all the fucking elitists that supposedly like are so like. I don't understand these conservatives. They fucking hate elites, the coastal elites that look down their nose at us. But then when you attack those very same people, they're the first to defend them. Makes zero fucking sense.
Money is taken away.
Block populist economic ideas from taking.
I don't even remember what the fuck he was responding to there. That went so far afield of anything that I even said in this video. I don't even fucking know where the fuck.
Root at every turn, no matter how well they poll, how many people support them. Pretty much every social ill we have could be solved if we recognize that rich people are the enemy. You know, like why haven't we addressed the climate crisis?
Okay, the rich pay most of the taxes already. And now the government already...
Not really. Not really, no. Hold on. So actually, America's very wealthiest likely pay less in taxes than you do, ProPublica finds. The rich are really different from you and me. They're better at dodging the tax collector. Amazon founder Jeff Bezos paid no income tax in 2007 and in 2011. Tesla founder Elon Musk's income tax was zero in 2018. And financier George Soros went 3 straight years without paying federal income tax, according to a report Tuesday from the nonprofit investigative journalism organization ProPublica. Overall, the richest 25 Americans pay less in tax, an average of 15.8% of adjusted gross income, than many ordinary workers do once you include taxes for Social Security and Medicare. ProPublica found its findings are likely to heighten a national debate over the vast and widening inequality between the very wealthiest Americans and everyone else. So in terms of percentage, no, they don't. In terms of the actual amount paid, yeah, the rich do pay more because they have literally all the wealth. Like, the richest Americans control an insane amount of the overall wealth of this country. And even still, many of the famous billionaire names that you know, like Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, and George Soros, have gone entire years without paying a fucking dime in income tax. And you're really going to fucking trot out this dumb fuck, rote libertarian, well, really, the rich only pay too much. No, they don't, dipshit. Lie upon lie upon lie upon lie.
Already takes like half of your money, and that's not enough, apparently. And they put you $30 trillion in debt, and that's not enough, apparently, to fix climate change. How much will be enough to fix climate change?
$30 trillion? The fucking... money, the debt was like, we didn't accrue the debt trying to fight climate change. If we were $30 trillion in debt expressly for the purpose of fighting climate change and we had failed, then maybe you would have some fucking vague semblance of a point. But that money wasn't, like, we're not in the hole because we fucking threw a bunch of money down the climate change fucking hole. We've barely spent a dime on that shit. Most of that shit is military industrial complex and social welfare systems, which are valid, by the way, and giving handouts to fucking corporate America, which is not valid at all, and a whole bunch of other stupid bullshit. So there's no fucking, you can't fucking look at that and be like, well, we're $30 trillion debt, but that didn't fix climate change. It's like, it was never applied to that problem. If we had spent $30 trillion on fixing climate change, you're goddamn right we would have made a dent in that shit. But we didn't. And you know what? If we were $30 trillion in debt, but we had prevented climate change, that would be fucking so goddamn worth it. It's incredible. But we spent most of it on having the biggest military on Earth. We have a military larger than the next fucking like 9 or 10 military powers combined in this country. That's where the money went, stupid.
I don't think any amount of money will change the weather, dude. I'm sorry, but you're...
Well, it will. Sorry, scientific fact would have to disagree with you on that, bucko. Sorry, are you uncomfortable with actual, like, factual reality and empirical evidence? Because, yeah, it would. Human beings have drastically altered weather patterns on this planet, stupid ass. Are you really going to fucking sit here and deny the climate crisis? I mean, like, hold on. Ten warmest years on record, okay? This doesn't even factor 2020 into account. 2020 actually tied the hottest year on record, and 2021 looks like it's going to break it. These are the 10 hottest years on record globally. 10 hot. I want you to notice something about them. Okay, so number 10, 2009. This is actually from a few years ago, so there's actually been this list has actually been upended since then. 2009. Number 9, 2005. Number 8, 2013. Number 7, 2010. Number 6, 2014. Number 5, 2018. Number 4, 2017. Number 3, 2015. Number 2, 2019. Number 1, 2016. And the 2016 record has been tied, I think, by 2020 at this point. And 2021 looks like it's going to be an even bigger scorcher. In fact, we saw this year smash heat records across much of this country and much of this globe. You notice something interesting about those 10 hottest years on record globally? You notice how every single one of them is like a super recent fucking year? We don't even have shit from before 2000. The earliest year on this fucking chart is 2005. And you're going to fucking sit here and deny that human beings have changed the climate? We know exactly how the human fucking industrialization has impacted fucking global climate. And you're really, science is still out, bro. Cigarettes are totally healthy. 3 out of 4 doctors agree. Winston's, bro. Give me a fucking break.
Absolutely delusional.
Oh,
yeah.
Oil and natural gas.
I agree. Absolutely delusional. That is the perfect description of you, sir.
Millionaires and billionaires buying politicians. Why don't we have universal health care? Too many insurance millionaires and billionaires paying politicians to be against it. Why can't we raise the minimum wage? Too many retail millionaires and billionaires paying off senators and congresspeople and mayors and governors and the other.
You know this guy, though, that's in between? This dude with the big beard and the fucking big tits? I like the cut of his jib. I gotta say, I like this guy. The guy wearing the fucking hockey mask, not so much.
Palm, they've got Greece, right? Yet few leaders want to stand against the richies because the leaders are richies themselves and because they want money from the richies.
Okay, I think you know that the elite or the 1%, a lot of them are socialists and they want a one world government.
No. That is the dumbest fucking statement I've ever heard anyone make in my entire fucking life. This guy just fucking bold-faced looked you in the eyes with his 2 fucking soulless mask holes and told you that the primary beneficiaries of capitalism want to dismantle capitalism and want to empower workers, the same workers that they themselves crush. This guy is a fucking retard. I'm not even saying that in like a hyperbolic, I'm not being politically incorrect, okay? I am literally identifying this person as mentally deficient. This guy should be in some kind of fucking care facility being fucking spoon-fed applesauce by a fucking social worker or some shit. And they should scoop it up off his dribbling ass chin and put it in his puckered fucking lips. Because he's that goddamn stupid, okay? I don't mean to be ableist with this, but this is why you don't let a fucking retard jump on cam and start talking fucking talking points. Because then you get stupid shit like this. Honestly, the Nazis were the biggest supporters of Judaism. That is literally the equivalent of what this motherfucker just said, bro. That literally is this, listen. Wednesday, I got a fucking root canal. And then I had to go to work. Now, granted, my work is fucking being a blabbermouth on YouTube, so it's not that bad. But still, I had to go from root canal to entertaining people. And I had to get up early to get that fucking root canal. I had to get up earlier in the morning than I'm used to, drive to an endodontist and get a 4-hour dental procedure, and then immediately fucking come on a podcast and be all smiles and smokes and jokes and shit. Then the next fucking day, I had to get up I had to go into the dentist once again super early in the morning, at least early for me, like 10:45, which, sorry, I know that sounds ridiculous. I know a lot of people would say that's ridiculous for me to say is early, but that's very early for me. My day is a little bit different than most people's. But whatever you think about my sleeping habits, I had to get up way earlier than I'm used to and go to the dentist and get a fucking crown done. And that was another fucking 4 hours in the goddamn dentist chair. Well, like 3.5. My fucking gums were throbbing with fucking pain. Pure white hot fucking agony. I was in so much pain that I came home and just immediately collapsed to sleep because I could not possibly even stay awake in that much pain. It's like I have to sleep to replenish myself. It was like a biological imperative at that point. But even this is more painful. I would rather do that shit again than have to watch this fucking garbage. This is ass. This is banal fucking drivel. This is gobbledygook. This has no bearing or resemblance to fucking reality in any way, shape, or form. This is just a wall-to-wall fucking journey through the most deplorable fucking garbage that you could possibly ideologically conceive of.
Now there's some rich people that want freedom too. It goes back to that graph I showed you. There's rich people that are evil, and then there's rich people that are good. Just like there's middle-class people that are good and middle-class people that are evil. Class.
I thought, wait, wasn't one of your earlier arguments contingent on the idea that everyone's evil? Wasn't your whole argument like, well, who are we supposed to put in charge if people are evil? Well, then we put the non-evil people in charge, I guess. Son of a bitch, dude. All right, I got a Streamlabs. I'm going to fucking check that. Hold on. Let's see. Dashboard. This is from Tucker White 94. He gave $5. He said, how does anyone listen to ANCAP dumb shits like Mr. Dapperton and think, you know what? I think he's right. He spent his entire video simping for the ultra-rich, then says those exact same people want a socialist one-world government. Yeah, I don't know. It's a bunch of self-refuting garbage. I honestly can't even believe that this person would have the nerve to speak to someone like me who is just like leagues and leagues above him in every fucking by every conceivable fucking metric, okay? I don't care. Like, this person is fucking so disgustingly beneath me. But whatever.
It doesn't determine whether you're good or evil, dude. What determines if you're good or evil is how much government you want. And how much...
That's what determines... So wait, the metric of good and evil is determined by how much government you want. So like, Jeffrey Dahmer murdered like 29 people, but I have it on good authority, he was not too keen on government. He was like, I say we need to have limited government. Oh, well, in that case, what a great fucking guy. Fat ass dog says, oh, wow, you found a job after being a professional bum for how long? What a step up the ladder, TJ. What? Okay. Thanks for the money.
Freedom of other people you will take away.
A lot of the everyday people don't want to believe that rich people are the bad guys because they dream of being rich themselves. They worship wealth. I mean...
That's not why I defend rich people. I defend rich people because some of them are legit good people who...
Some of them. The ones that aren't socialists trying to destroy this country with socialism are really good people, and that's why I defend them. Bullshit, dude. We all know that you're a bootlicker, okay? Think about this. Look at this guy. He won't even show you his eyeballs. He's wearing a mask, but he doesn't even show you his eyeballs underneath. You know why? Because he doesn't want you to see that they're full of fucking fear. He doesn't want you to see that his eyeballs are just two little gleaming balls of fucking supplicating fucking fear and terror. He doesn't want you to see the fucking tears of fucking sorrow that well beneath the fucking mask as he talks his fucking broken bullshit. Joey Jojo Jr. Shabadoo says the irony being that he believes the government gets corrupted in a vacuum and not with the ridiculous amount of bribes. Yeah, I guess money is innocent in the process. I don't know what to tell you.
Who just drive the world forward, and they create a lot of jobs in the process. And they don't deserve
No,
to
they
do
don't.
That. And they don't deserve
okay. You're a fucking moron. If I open a fucking sandwich shop, okay? Let's say I do that. I'm a businessman. I open a fucking sandwich shop because I'm a businessman, all right? I'm going to open a sandwich shop. I'm going to sell fucking sandwiches, okay? And I make a good-ass motherfucking sandwich, okay? And people come and they eat the sandwich, all right? They come and they eat it, and they pay for it. And I have people that I pay to make the sandwich, all right? Have I created the jobs of the people making the sandwich? No. You know what created those jobs? The people with hungry bellies that came to that sandwich shop. The people with hungry bellies who want a fucking sandwich. They go into the sandwich shop and they say, give me a sandwich. And I have to hire people to make the fucking sandwiches, right? So who created the fucking job? Not me. I didn't create it. The hungry people created it. You know how I can fucking prove it? Because let's say I open a fucking sandwich shop, but I'm like, instead of bread for my sandwiches, we're going to put it between two big old bricks. We're going to put and instead of putting like meat on the sandwich, we're going to put dog shit. So basically, I open a store, same location, same fucking everything. And instead of selling sandwiches, it sells two bricks with dog shit in between. How many jobs do you think that place is going to fucking create? None. Because you know what? There is demand for sandwiches. There ain't no fucking demand for fucking bricks with dog shit in between. Okay? So it's not the fucking businessman who creates the fucking jobs. It's the fucking demand of the people. The businessman only exploits that demand. That's all the fuck they do. And usually, the only reason that they're in a position to exploit that demand is because they already have money. That's why the fucking social mobility in this country is dog shit. Because the only people who have enough money to start a business are people who already fucking have money, who come from a rich family. You know how hard it is to fucking actually pull yourself up by your bootstraps? It's impossible physically to do that. That's why it's the metaphor we choose for it, because it's literally impossible to do. Noxie Osborne, $5. Ice Bank Mice Elf Gabe Itches. Okay, cool. Thanks for the $5. Chris McDougall, I have a feeling this one is those people that booed at the libertarian debate on topics of selling drugs to children. I don't know what you're talking about, but it sounds right. Original language. When am I coming back on to discuss my political stances with you? When you get some. When you stop fucking relying. Everything I've ever seen from you has been vague shit. I watched your fucking video on where you like eat 20 boogers or whatever, and you fucking talk about how there's no good writers anymore. And you didn't make one specific criticism. All you said, yeah, writers today suck, and there's no Hemingway no more, and hold on, I gotta flick a booger, and and there's just no good writers anymore, man. And it's like they just write stuff to like make money and stuff, bro. It's like everything you do is just vague and non-specific. When you actually get some talking points that are worth discussing, I'll fucking talk to you. Until then, quit fucking bothering me with your insipid bullshit. Thanks for the money, bitch.
To have the majority of their wealth taken away if they're making more jobs than everyone else, taking bigger risks than everyone else.
Think about all the YouTube channels where the entire premise of the channel is that some rich douchebag is showing off all their money to their broke-ass audience so that we can live vicariously through them. Think about how many TV shows there are celebrating wealth. Donald Trump, won the presidency because he played a rich guy on TV, and his catchphrase was, "You're fired." He actually tried to trademark that phrase at one point because he's a friggin' idiot. But also because rich people think they can own anything. And you know what? You're usually right. You might think from this rant, by the way, that I'm like anti-wealth, but I'm really not. I mean, I like money just as much as anyone.
Coming soon, Bricks 4, the sandwich shop. One of my weirder analogies, but I think most of you get what I'm saying. I know this guy won't. He'd be like, what is he talking about? That doesn't even make sense. Some people don't have any ability to intellectually extrapolate.
Just as much as the next fat schlub about what it would be like to have the best of everything and rub elbows with the world's elite power brokers. I even buy the occasional Powerball ticket, Even recognizing the astronomically minuscule ads that I could ever win.
Well, rest assured, If you win in the society that you want to build, all that money will be taken away from you as soon as you get it.
Not all of it. No, you don't have any. You don't even know what the fuck society I want, bitch. Okay? Let me explain to you the fucking society I want. I want a society where the bottom rung of society is you have food, you have clothing, you have shelter. What you don't have at the bottom is luxury. So basically all the people who are currently homeless and shit, they have a basic little fucking living unit that has electricity and food and clothing and shelter and all the basic necessities of life. But they don't get any luxuries. If you want that, you gotta fucking work. And if you work and you obtain fucking luxury, you can fucking still get wealthy. You can still get rich. But at a certain point, when your wealth becomes obscene, then you're damn right. It all gets put back into the system. Because society doesn't just exist to put you up on some insane pedestal where you have like wealth that can rival the fucking GDP of nations and where you get to be some fucking all-powerful oligarch that fucking makes and breaks people's entire lives and has enough money to influence the politics of the entire fucking country. We don't allow that kind of wealth to exist. So yeah, when you get up to like, say, the $5-10 million mark, your tax rate becomes 100%. And that's about as rich as you can fucking get. You can get rich enough to afford luxuries. You can still have your mansion. You can still have your fucking sports car. You can still have all that bullshit. But what you can't have is fucking enough money to influence geopolitics. Because that money goes back into the fucking system to benefit the people who actually fucking need it. You've reached the tippy top. You've made it. You don't need any more. At that point, any more wealth for you would be excessive. So that's the system I would advocate for. And you know what? If I reached the tippy top of the pyramid and got my $10 million and then everything I made from then on was just cycled back into the system because I'd reached the cap of my fucking wealth, I would be a completely 100% goddamn okay with that because you know why? I would live in a fucking society that actually could function. Now, another thing that's contingent on that is like, what's that money being used for? If that tax money was being used for the war machine, then you're goddamn right. I would still have a problem with that because the issue of taxation cannot be separated from the issue of what those taxes are appropriated to do. Our taxes, some of them should be used for defense. A rational amount should be used for defense, but most of it should be used to help people in society and to create a society where no one is starving, where no one is denied medical care, where no one fucking dies needlessly, where no one is denied education, where no one is denied opportunity, where people actually start on something like an even keel. That would be the society I would advocate for. And you're goddamn right, I advocated for it with zero fucking shame. I think it would be fucking gorgeous. I think it would be 1,000 times better than your fucking shithole society where people are fucking crushed by the private security forces of mega corporations because they couldn't hire an adequate amount of force to fucking respond in kind when Walmart shows up and tries to fucking steal their land.
So you wouldn't get much of any of it. So essentially, you would be losing the right to play the lottery. That's what I mean when government just takes stuff away. That's all they do.
But, I get to momentarily fantasize about what if I did. I'm not against wealth as much as I'm against political influence, having a price tag, and...
If you don't like government selling your rights away for a fee, then have less government, idiot.
Decent medical care.
Less government. Need less government. No, because then you're just trading you're trading a master that you actually have some sort of fucking political say in for one that doesn't give a fuck about you unless you can generate profit. If a corporation can make more money on you dead than alive, they will kill you because that's literally the only thing that incentivizes them.
Having a price tag and clean drinking water, having a price tag. I mean, wealth should represent greater access to luxury, not greater access to necessity.
You know which countries where poor people are the fattest? Capitalist countries, socialist countries, and communist countries, people often starve to death.
I want
people starve to death in this country.
Conservatives to be able to call me a hypocrite, by the way, by pointing out how wealthy I am. So let's make them right by joining the Pessimist Productions Patreon.
Okay, that's enough of that shit. But I guess this is a good segue into my Patreon.
Nope. Well, that was painful. Brutal, brutal, brutal. Painful, painful, painful. Sad, sad, sad. Oof. Oh, God, I thought it was never going to end, guys. I thought it was never going to fucking end, bro. Oh. Oh, man. And by the way, most of those socialist countries he references, where people are starving, are ones that are, like, brutally suppressed by America. You know, Venezuela has, like, how many fucking embargoes and shit against it? Do you have any idea how much money the U.S. government funnels into the fucking forces that destabilize that country? Same deal with Cuba, by the way. America does everything in its power to sabotage socialist countries because we don't want them to be success stories that the rest of the world can look to. If socialism is such an inherent failure in and of itself, then why does America constantly feel the need to put its thumb on the scales to fucking sabotage those countries? Shouldn't we just let them fail naturally on their own, since that's inevitably the result of any sort of socialist ideals? You are wrong about the military. No, I'm not. You're wrong about my fucking dick. It's actually 12 inches long. Any advice on how to deal with erectile dysfunction? Yeah, just watch Jimmy Dore. Oh, you are Jimmy Dore. Holy shit. What a moment. You don't understand, doctor. I am Pagliacci. Wow, I haven't seen TJ in like 10 years. Nice to see you, TJ. Looking good. Thanks, Sarah. Appreciate you. TJ, search the clip of libertarians booing at selling drugs to kids. Okay, I guess I could do that. What is this? All right, let's see what we got here. Okay.
The president has no constitutional authority to regulate drugs. That being said, at the state level, I would support some legislation that would stop children from being allowed to purchase drugs and prosecute anyone who would put a child in danger, because I do believe that children do need some protection. Yes, you should not be able to sell heroin to a 5-year-old.
What the fuck? You've officially gone... You're too libertarian at that point, okay? I understand some libertarianism, all right? I do. I'm personally for the legalization of all drugs. But yeah, I have to agree with that guy when he says, maybe draw the line at selling heroin to a 5-year-old. But that crowd's like, boo! Boo! Give me a fucking break. Like, Jesus. Really? Like, is your freedom so threatened by, like, hey, guys, drugs should be legal, but, like, don't sell them to fucking 5-year-olds, though. Boo! Freedom! There's freedom, and then there's freedom. That's freedom. TJ, can you please give me a serious answer? I was giving a serious answer, dude. Watch Jimmy Dore, but you can't because you are Jimmy Dore, you know? So it doesn't work for you. Brutal. I do have this other guy I need to watch the video, but this guy's video is 51 fucking minutes long, dude. 51 fucking minutes long, bro. 51 fucking minutes. What are we going to do? Oh, no. 51 minutes long. 51 minutes long. Oh, no. 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 No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Better get to it, right?
This guy.
All right, this one I'm playing at 2x speed because it's fucking super long. So I hope, well, I know some of you guys actually have trouble here. I guess we'll go 1.5. Because I know some of you guys have trouble following at 2x speed because your fucking brains aren't as fast as my beautiful, glorious fucking one. Let's also boost the volume because for some reason, ever since I fucking put this volume master on, everything, can I change the default? Because it seems like you need to have it at least 300 as the fucking default. Whatever. I'll look into that later. But I've not been satisfied ever since I fucking downloaded that because now everything seems to want to play soft any fucking way. I need to get a drink. So a little information on this guy before I fucking go off. So this video here has 18,862 views. A lot more than the last one. You can see I've given it a thumbs down. Sorry. Oops. Didn't mean to. I'll remove that in the sake of fucking objectivity. The evolution of Amazing Atheist from the father of anti-SJW YouTube to feminist Bernie bro. This is actually a leftist creator. So this is when I saw the title, I was like, is this some like crazy right winger or something? No, actually, he's a lefty. So yeah. And this guy is the Kavernacle, has about 40,000 subs, so definitely a bigger creator than fucking Mr. Dapperton. And I'm glad to say not nearly so stupid. So, yeah, this will hopefully be a little bit more tolerable. I will be responding to this, but I need to get me something to drink. I need to get me some kind of herbal refreshment as well. And then I shall return. So this is coming up next. But you're going to have to wait a minute. Wait, I'll grow on who now? What am I doing? Who have I not growed on? Ozone? What's wrong? At Zane. Okay, Zane I haven't grown on. Zane. Started watching this guy recently. His takes are good most of the time. I think he's talking about this guy. If you have a vodka, drink it. If not, good night, TJ. Good night. Be back. 1 minute. So I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do, okay? I'm going to summarize the first half of this video because I've watched it. First half of this video is basically, so intro is just him explaining what he's doing. TJ's political orange criticism. This is basically him saying, like, look, TJ Kirk was actually always kind of lefty. This idea that he made this about face later on is not true. He's always had a lot of leftist shit, which is true. Here's where he criticizes my takes on feminism and says that I'm like a regressive, but then he kind of corrects the record and says that like my takes have become more nuanced and shit over time. And then he kind of talks about my involvement with the anti-SJW movement, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, both the videos are linked down below. So Mr. Dapperton is down there. Go be sure to fucking let him know what you think of that shit that he did. But we're going to fucking mainly focus on what he has to say about me and race because this is such a long video. So I'm going to start it right here in the middle. Right when he gets about the race issues, because this is really the fucking strong fucking punch behind the video, is his criticism of my takes on race issues and shit. So I'm gonna give this video a lot more respect than I gave the last one, because Mr. Dapperton is an idiot. This guy is not an idiot. So let's look at his shit.
I want to move into the Black Lives Matter stuff. So here's this video addressing Black Lives Matter, and I'll tell you why I find it problematic. So here's just a few clips of it.
There are, undeniably, those in the BLM camp to whom Black Lives Matter means Black Lives Matter more. But to the majority, Black Lives Matter means Black Lives Matter too. Formalized Black Lives Matter organization, which should be viewed as somewhat separate from the broader decentralized social movement, seems to promote ideals and policies that I find myself generally amenable to. My concern with the Black Lives Matter movement is that it continues to separate human beings by skin color and ask that we all be considered as belonging to a certain group based on nothing more than our ethnicity. I do, however, recognize that when black-skinned people are disproportionately arrested, pulled over, searched, brutalized, and generally given harsher sentences for the same crimes, generally poorer on average, discriminated against on job applications, and a whole host of other systemic racial problems, that the only way you're going to address those grievances is through identity politics, which I hate. In other words, it's hard to be post-racial in a fight against racism. Nonetheless, I remain convinced that until no one cares about their own skin color or the skin color of others, racism cannot be destroyed as a social ill. And I fear that even if BLM achieves its goals of making our society more fair towards black people, they will not easily surrender their black identity.
I don't know why he's bringing up like black supremacists with Black Lives Matter. I have never really seen any black supremacists really involved in this movement, even the formal organization.
I don't know what he's talking about, mate. I ain't seen nothing. I ain't seen it. Okay, well, you ain't been looking then. I don't know what to tell you. It's there. It's there to see. And you know what? The reason that I fucking made that nuanced statement about how most people who are in Black Lives Matter mean Black Lives Matter too, not Black Lives Matter more, is because I knew a shit ton of white people, predominantly conservatives, who think that the movement is all about Black Lives Matter more. That's their spin. That's their interpretation. So I was trying to correct that. Okay? It's the problem with me going out there and saying something dishonest, like none of the black people who say Black Lives Matter mean Black Lives Matter more. I have seen people who fucking literally hold sides say Black Lives Matter, white lives don't matter. You know, that's clearly a black supremacist thing. I have seen people outright say Black Lives Matter more. I've seen people say, like, the black, I've seen all the black supremacist talking points. I'm not saying that's anywhere near the majority of BLM. It's a fucking total fringe thing. But if you fucking come out there, if I was to come out and say something like, no one in BLM is like that. There's no black supremacists in BLM. All it would take for someone to disprove that is to find even just one example. And then my talking point is just totally delegitimized. All it takes is for you to find one BLM person who said some black supremacist shit, and that talking point is just obliterated. So just because you personally haven't seen it doesn't mean it's not out there. And by the way, I don't believe for a second you haven't seen it. I think you saw it and looked the other way. No, I don't see that. Yeah, you have. Come on. Quit fucking blowing smoke up your own ass, dude.
It's always been for black equality, and obviously the organization is more like Marxist leaning. I don't know why he's throwing that in there. I have not seen that. That's more like, some radical parts of the Nation of Islam, for example, and maybe some black Israelites. I haven't really seen that in mainstream Black Lives Matter discourse. And also,
now it's being modified. Mainstream Black Lives Matter discourse. Well, I agree. It's not part of the BLM mainstream, but I never said it was. I literally said it was a fringe in the fucking clip you just played. I don't think I used the exact word fringe, but that was pretty strongly fucking implied.
So this is
So this goalpost is moving all over the place. The legend of the dancing fucking goalpost.
problem he has about colorblindness. And he's talking about, like, he's afraid that if Black Lives Matter succeeds in its goals, it can't give up its black identity.
Right.
Now, this is pushing the identity problem on black people primarily, because I'm going to get into this a bit more.
No, it's not. I believe this across the board. I don't believe that there should be such a thing as white pride, black pride, Asian pride, etc. Now, I understand the concept of black pride in the paradigm that exists now. Okay? And that's what I said in the clip. I said today, when there's demonstrable evidence of racism against black people, it makes sense to have black pride as an antithesis to that, as a revolt against that. Okay? But in a hypothetical future society where where all of that shit has been remedied, it's time to give that up. Just like the same reason that it's not appropriate for white people to go around doing white pride, the reason that that's frowned upon is because white people already have a tremendous amount of institutional power. And white people do not have to deal with systemic racism. Okay? That's the whole auspices. So if we remove the fucking institutional barriers from black people, and we remedy all of the fucking racism that exists in this country, tall order, I know, then at that point, it's no longer appropriate for black pride to exist. It's no longer appropriate for us to continue to divide ourselves up by race, because race doesn't fucking matter. Right? Race doesn't fucking matter. In any sort of tangible sense, race is a social construct. You know, we've talked about before how this, like, scientists don't measure things by race. Like, there's not, like, study of, like, black race, white race kind of shit. There are Kleins. There are fucking, like, different, like, you look at the history of certain, like, genes and phenotypes and shit, but scientists are not like, there's the black race and the Asian race and the white race. Like, this is, like, the layman's understanding of race. But socially, these things mean something, because our society is configured in that way. What I'm saying is that we should no longer configure it that way. We should no longer configure it where the difference between I am this shade and you are this shade means something. Like, that shouldn't actually matter. I'm not saying that we can jump right to that. I'm not saying that, like, you can go from a society with the histories that ours has, where black people were slaves and Jim Crow and redlining and all that stuff. I'm not saying you go directly from that to, like, colorblindness, everyone's equal. What I'm saying is that we should work towards that as an ultimate ideal, as an ultimate goal, a society where this no longer matters, where your race confers upon you neither an advantage nor disadvantage, where you don't give a second thought to the fucking color of your skin any more than you give to the color of your eyes or the color of your hair or any of that fucking stuff. Like, imagine a society where, you know, tall people were viewed as, like, supreme against shorter people. To some extent, that actually kind of exists, by the way. But imagine if it was, like, codified by years of institutional fucking bias and shit, right? If we were in that situation and I were to come along and say, like, I think we need to stop fucking judging people by their height. I think we just need to admit that height is really not that important of an attribute. It's really more about, like, what your character is. It's really about what you believe in, what you're willing to fight for. Height shouldn't matter. You know, would you come along then and be like, oh, this person, he's ignoring the plight of short people by trying to erase their struggle? That's not what I'm trying to do. Don't be fucking stupid. Don't be fucking locked in to some ideological programming, because I know all the criticisms against the fucking color blindness rhetoric that I talk, but the fucking rhetoric that you're using would be fucking valid against someone who says, hey, the solution to all these racial problems in America is to just erase race, to be a racial abolitionist right now. But that's not what's being said here. What's being said is we have to address these racial issues so that we can one day advance to a society where race is no longer important. Very important distinction.
Not the same fucking thing. And therefore not subject to the same criticisms. You want to have criticisms specifically of what I actually believe, you go ahead and make those. But you haven't done that here.
Race is a social construct. Put labels and connotations on groups of people creating race in the Western world. And that's a legacy of colonialism, which he is going to deny later on. So African Americans being like black African Americans.
I don't know if I'm going to deny it later on. I don't deny it now. So who cares? Everyone's fucking worldview is constantly changing, evolving, and advancing. I recognize the impact of colonialism on shaping the fucking social dynamics of America in regards to our social construct of race. Why are you defending that social construct is my question. Why are you basically, what I've laid forth is we should try to eliminate that as a social construct. And what you're saying is, no, we have to maintain the social construct in order to defeat the social construct. Reminds me of this TV show I watched, Dark, where they're trying, everyone's stuck in a time loop and everyone's trying to escape the time loop, but everyone has this idea that like we must preserve the time loop up to a certain point in order to eventually thwart it. Well, no, that doesn't work. You have to start actively trying to thwart it at every turn. And so, yeah, we need some form of racial abolition. There has to be a fucking point where we fucking say like, okay, this has to go away. I understand that you still have to have race-based policies in order to directly combat the effects of racism, because you can't address racial issues in America by denying them. And I would never fucking advocate that, or at least not at this point. I might have in the past.
That's a label that, of course, they've adopted because a lot of them cannot trace their lineage back to Africa because they were obviously sold as slaves to British people, Spanish people, and that's a massive problem. So they adopted a new identity, and that's when Vosh was talking about black versus white nationalism, saying they're quite comparable. Why and a lot of others like rebuke that because it's like black nationalism makes sense in this context of America, that it's nothing to do with like black supremacy or anything to do with ethno-states. It's about this form of nationalism that applies to black people who often cannot trace their ancestry or where they've come from. When they were brought over as slaves, that erased their familial background, essentially. So we can stop seeing each other as racial groups when we've actually solved the problem of racism.
Right. Right. Well, that's all I said. That's exactly what I said. So you don't disagree. Let's move on.
The goals of more equality for black people and like reparations and everything like that. Racism is still not gone away. You've got to keep making progress, and that includes things like education, which is a war on.
I feel like you've just rephrased what I said in the clip and acted like it's some kind of disagreement. It's not. That's exactly what was said. That's what I felt like I said anyway.
America at the moment with this fear-mongering about so-called.
If it's not what I said, that's what I meant.
Race theory being taught to primary school kids. Now, I think that's symptomatic of a larger problem he has with racism. And to be honest, after being recommended this guy so much, I was actually pretty shocked at what I watched because his stuff is all fairly recent, like the last year or so, maybe stretching near to 2 years as well. But he even said in the Vosh interview, you shouldn't discount being like colorblind, and he feels like that's been unfairly labeled as something only bigots use.
I know that you don't agree with what I'm about to say, but I don't care what's cool. SJWs are cringe, and TJ is cringe now. Identity politics, critical race theory will never be cool. Who gives a shit what's cool? You know what's cool? Being correct. I don't care about fucking being part of the cool kid club, all right? I feel like the whole colorblindness approach has been dismissed too readily because I just don't see how you actually solve these problems in the long term as long as you continue to cordon people off in these different groups. And, that's the thing. Right. The key phrase there is in the long term, right? In the long term, okay? I think the major problem this dude is having with what I'm saying is he's taking like the ultimate goal and he's thinking that I'm trying to like force that state to just spontaneously come into existence with no interim sort of transitional phase. But that's not what I'm saying. So let me just clarify. That's not what I'm saying. You're too colorblind. You're disregarding. If you don't see race, then it's pretty hard to see racism, right? So that's kind of like the problem. But at the same time, I do feel like if you don't work towards a world where someone being black or someone being trans or someone being, whatever, if you don't work to a world where that's not even a fucking factor in your appraisal of them, then I just don't see how long term you solve those problems. So I don't know how you find a balance there.
Now, his first video he uploaded on the 1st of February 2019, he's basically responding.
Right. This makes me not understand because like you're playing clips where I feel like I'm making it pretty clear what I mean, and then you're responding as if you don't get what I mean. So I don't know if this is just like, am I not communicating with myself effectively here, or are you just ignoring what I'm actually saying and then responding to a straw man? Because you seem like a reasonably intelligent dude, And yet some of your responses are just like way off the mark.
To a black creator who's saying that you cannot compare Irish indentured servitude in America to the transatlantic slave trade, which, you know, as an Irish person, I totally agree with, but Amazing Atheist TJ Kirk seems to have a lot of issues with that. He seems to have a lot of issues when it comes to slavery itself, which I find really weird. So first off, in this video, he defends the argument that white people make that black people essentially complain too much about the legacy of slavery, and it happened like over 100 years ago, so what's the impact today?
I don't feel like the argument is black people complain too much about slavery. I feel like the argument is that black people continue...
Wait, I literally just said the opposite of what, like, he's like, TJ defends the argument that black people complain too much about slavery, and literally the first words out of my mouth are that I don't defend that argument.
To blame their current socioeconomic problems on the institution of slavery, which hasn't existed in more than a century. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's more what it's about, right?
Wow, my voice is so deep.
Yeah.
I need to get back to that deep voice. Yes.
It's more about that.
It seems like the Amazing Atheist is just very ignorant of American history. But basically...
No, I'm not. I'm not that ignorant. I'm a little ignorant, but I'm not that ignorant. Like, I understand the fucking transatlantic slave trade and, like, some of the nuances of that fucking issue, right? And I understand that, like, you know, not reparations. What's the word? Fucking term I'm looking for? This is while trying to demonstrate my knowledge. I'm like, what's that term again? God damn it! Reconstruction. You know, I understand that Reconstruction was sabotaged. That racism was allowed to flourish in the South, pretty much unabated. I actually took the racist Southern literacy test to show people, to make my audience aware of the sort of institutional barriers that black people faced in the South. Even once their voting rights were granted, the Southern states still found ways to exclude black people from voting. We know about, Jim Crow. We know about redlining. We know about all sorts of institutional barriers to black success. And even now that those laws are off the books, we still know that black people are discriminated against in jobs searches, in housing searches, all kinds of stuff. So, like, racism is a very serious problem that permeates society. So, I mean, I don't really feel like I'm totally ignorant of this subject. I would never claim to be an expert in it. But this idea that I'm just like this blithely ignorant person that has no fucking idea of the fucking struggles of black people in this country, that I don't even have like a passing awareness of it, that I'm just like this blithe moron that's just like, well, slavery ended fucking 100 years ago or whatever, so, what you complaining about? I understand that there's been lasting ramifications of the fucking transatlantic slave trade that, leave their mark upon, black people, my black, friends and family members and whatever the fuck else to this day. I get it. I don't know what the fucking full context of is the clip that you just showed. It was a pretty small little segment. I don't really agree with what was said in that clip. I don't know if the context was broader. But maybe that was just some poor phrasing on my part, or maybe that was like, me being too glib and like glossing over some shit I shouldn't have. But I definitely recognize that slavery impacts black people to this fucking day. No doubt about it.
If you know your history, you know that because of the death of Lincoln and things like that, Reconstruction of America really, really let these old power institutions of slavery stay around. And you obviously have, codified into law, things like Jim Crow. And even after civil rights was passed, you still have, obviously, the legacy of that in society. And then institutionally, you still have, race.
Right, I know all this.
In terms of the criminalization.
Preaching the choir, preaching the choir.
Drugs, and the private prison industry, for one thing, basically.
What's wrong with a colorblind society? Nothing. There's nothing wrong with it. That's the goal. That should be the goal. And that's the whole point I make, that I guess this guy disagrees with, or maybe he does agree. I don't know. I feel like, once again, the primary problem here is that he thinks I'm trying to force this state to like the state of like absolute colorblindness to just spontaneously come into being out of nowhere. I don't believe that. I believe that this should be an ultimate goal, in the same way that, like, maybe he and I would agree that, I don't know what his exact politics are. I'm not familiar with this content, but I imagine that the ultimate world that we both want is probably a somewhat similar place, based on some of the stuff he's saying here. But I think we both recognize that we can't just snap our fingers and make that a reality tomorrow. there's a transitional phase, and any attempt to make something like that just spontaneously come into being would be disastrous. Because you can't just force society from go from one state to a completely different state instantaneously. There has to be a long and arduous transition that involves a lot of careful negotiating and stuff like that. But it seems like he's of the impression that I want to spontaneously just erase the racial issue. Yep, this is gone. And I don't see what I've ever said to lead him to think that I believe that.
Making money off holding black people captive for minor non-violent drug offences. And then, of course, you also have prison labour, where these disproportionately minority groups in prison have to do very dangerous jobs for like $1 an hour, including fighting fires in California and things like that. And that is how slavery has been extended into the modern era for often African-American people. Now, I find a lot of his takes on racism just to be generally pretty right-wing. So later in the video, he starts talking about how, you're demonising white people as evil for inventing slavery, essentially, making the point that slavery has always been around and various non-white groups have enslaved white groups, and then it used to be based on class and things like the Roman Empire and the Greek Empire and things like that.
But to say there's never been white slavery ever, of course there has. There are white slaves today. There have been white slaves in the past. Now, was it ever codified in the United States of America? Was there ever a white slave class recognized here in America? No. I think what the point is there is that, yeah, what the white people at that time did was gross and evil, but what we object to from a lot of black intellectuals and thinkers and people who put forth these sorts of positions, what's objected to is this idea that white people invented slavery and it only ever happened to black people, and that's it. That's the whole history of slavery. The history of slavery is white people are evil, black people are victims, the end, and that's how it goes.
But he's totally ignoring the unique nature of the transatlantic slave trade, and I find that pretty disturbing as a guy who's called the Amazing Atheist, because as an atheist, I wish he'd know his religious history a bit more, both in how Christianity was used to create Western racism and also used to justify the slave trade.
Oh, well, wait. So the transatlantic slave trade was unique because it was morally justified by religious hypocrites? I doubt that that's unique. I feel like slavery has always been justified somehow. Continues to be justified. So there's more, we've all heard the statistic, I think, that there's more slaves today than there ever have been in the history of the world. Now, that's because the population explosion. I don't know about per capita or whatever. But slavery continues to be an issue. Everybody who owns slaves, everybody who traffics in slaves to this day has some sort of justification for why it's okay. You don't think they have justifications for modern slavery? I'm pretty sure that justification has always been part of the game, okay?
Essentially, if you look back in the 14 and 1500s of the Spanish and Portuguese, how they justified enslaving African people and not enslaving native people was that the natives had never ever heard of Jesus Christ. They'd never been educated about Jesus Christ. So instead, they should pay their taxes through working in brutal conditions for the Spanish and Portuguese while being converted to Christianity. The Africans, however, they had kind of forfeited their chance because a lot of them had been in proximity to the Middle East and Europe and Christianity, so they deserved to be put in servitude for the rest of their life. And you can even read about priests seeing a lot of the first slaves taken in the city, and they're saying about how terrible it feels to see these families being broken up. But
what does this have to do with anything? I appreciate what you're doing, history lesson wise and shit, but you said that there's this. Well, look, what I said was slavery existed before the transatlantic slave trade, and it still exists to this day. Therefore, this narrative that some black people do push that white people basically invented slavery and black people are the primary victims of slavery is just not a true narrative. And you're basically saying, well, no, it's different because there's certain attributes to the transatlantic slave trade that are unique to the transatlantic slave trade that make it very different than any other form of slavery. And then you proceed to list some things that I guess in very specific detail are different, but yeah, every specific thing, it's basically oh, well, this murder was different than this murder. Why? Well, this guy got stabbed with a knife and this guy got shot with a gun. It's well, they're both equally dead. An enslaved person is an enslaved person, regardless of the justification of their enslaver, okay? So this is kind of a distinction without a difference.
at least they will, have God's light and go to heaven, blah, blah, blah. And then you also have stuff in Spain about how converts to Christianity who were former Muslims and Jewish people, even their descendants, were never accepted as Christians because it was felt if you had Muslim or Jewish blood, then you couldn't actually be a Christian.
Right.
And then that's why they...
Christians suck. Yeah, Christianity's lame, and its history is fucking fraught with, exploitation and fucking evil.
No shit.
them out of Spain.
What does that have to do with anything?
And then, of course, what you see with the
What does this have to do with anything?
identity in Western Europe and Northern Europe is that they spun this around to the Spanish and Italian.
It's a distinction without a difference. La 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 la. Sorry, I'm being immature.
Therefore, you guys aren't actually Christians either. So just remember that when we're talking about a later video, that is the formation of modern Western racism, these events. And it gives a very unique element to the transatlantic slave trade, and that it was creating a hierarchy of races.
Oh, yeah, okay. So the difference in the transatlantic slave trade is it created a hierarchy of races. But you don't ever enslave another group of people without creating a distinctive class. Like, every group of slaves has come from a slave class, right? Sometimes those distinctions have been tribal. Sometimes those distinctions have been, nationalistic. Sometimes those distinctions have been oriented towards class, but there's always some sort of wedge that says it's okay to enslave these people because X, Y, or Z. Now, the transatlantic slave trade created a lot of the racial distinctions that now permeate our society, but I would argue that you support those racial distinctions by criticizing my, impetus to eventually come around to a society that's post-racial. If you disagree with me on wanting a post-racial society, then you are attempting to preserve the very racial distinctions that you are here outlining were created by the transatlantic slave trade. So what the fuck?
Where Africans were at the bottom of the pile. Then you had the natives, and then you had various other different groups, but white people were on top. And for the Spanish, they were the white people on top. For the English, they were the white people who were even higher on top because they were like more pure and Christian and stuff. So I feel like he seriously needs to have a good conversation with probably an African American about racism and the racist history of America.
So probably an African American I've had conversations with African Americans about racism and a number of other subjects. So my uncle is a gay dude, and he was married for a number of years to a black man, and he is still close to, the family of the black dude he married, even though that guy died. I don't want to get too specifically into, like, their relationship or whatever the fuck. I don't want to name drop stuff. But, that we still consider them family. He still considers them his family. Therefore, they're part of my family. And I've talked to a number of them, and you know what I've discovered? Black people are not one monolithic group with one hive mind about racism. I think what you really mean is talk to someone who fucking... why don't you just fucking admit that what you really want me to do is fucking come around to your way of thinking, right? Like, you say, like, he needs to talk to a black person about racism. But, like, if I talk to a black person that disagreed with you about racism, you would... oh, no, not that one. Not that black person. Not that one either. No, not that one. This one here. This one. This. I've selected a black person that agrees with my white opinion, and you have to talk to that one. And now you understand. So, yeah, pretty fucking... I don't know. Why are you treating black people like a fucking ideological monolith that have one ubiquitous view on race? Their views are just as varied as that of any other fucking group. White people don't all have the same opinion about race. Black people don't all have the same opinion about race. No fucking group of people has I feel like once again, you are codifying and strengthening these racial distinctions that were created in the transatlantic slave trade, despite the fact that you just outlined the origin of these things. You are preserving this racial hierarchy that you claim to want to destroy, that you claim to detest. That's my perspective. Maybe you need to talk to a black person about it, one that agrees with me, right? Just have your own opinion. You want me to agree with you. You don't give a shit if I agree with some random black dude, okay? You want me to agree with you. Let's put it in that, like, this. You don't give a shit. Because, Candace Owens is black, right? I could go to, Candace Owens, what's your opinion on race? Would you recognize that? Of course not. Because it doesn't fucking matter. Like, Candace Owens is a fucking white supremacist. Doesn't matter that she's black. She's chosen a different side.
America to really understand that you can't just make weird arguments. So I think Amazing Atheist's main problem is that he exhibits a lot of the signs of white fragility. And he doesn't like the definition of racism actually being extended beyond that. Racism is when you're discriminatory based on race, without acknowledging the hierarchy of races that we've developed in the Western world, in
the one that you support and try to reinforce at every turn. Right, gotcha.
Form of racism and how much it extends throughout society. So he uploaded a video, this is about the same time as the Vosh video, the new definition of racism under the racist, 3rd of March 2020, very recent. A lot of you would have been subscribed to me since that day. Think about how, you know, my views have been pretty consistent. So he reads this article, which gets in.
That's not a bragging right, by the way. My views have been pretty consistent. If my views had been 100% consistent over the course of like the 15 years or whatever the fuck I've been on this platform, that would be actually kind of pathetic. Because I started off on this platform as like a right-wing libertarian, you know? And then I was an Obama guy. And then I started criticizing Obama from the left. And then all this other stuff. I mean, like, if you imagine if you just had no fucking political or ideological journey in your life. Consistency is just like, to me, idiotic. It just shows an unwillingness to evolve your fucking position over time.
To this person who's a professor at the University of Manchester talking about how we should expand our definition of racism. And I totally agree with this. So let's listen to TJ read it out, and we're going to get into the rest of the video.
But for me, racism is the belief that, you know, your race is superior. Maybe not even necessarily your race, but that, you know, certain races are superior to others. Certain races are better than others. Maybe it's usually, obviously, the case is usually that if your race is the superior race, you know. So I mean, it's just like, hey, you're better without even trying. I mean, who doesn't want to hear that? Everybody does. It's great. So anyway, let's dive into this article. But these definitions can miss crucial aspects of the true meaning of racism: power dynamics, prejudice, and structural racism. So I mean, like, I just read that sentence, and maybe I should be open-minded about this. But man, I read that sentence and it's just like, like my mind glazes over. Like that would be. I'm digging the TJ haircut showcase, if nothing else. Thanks. Point where if I wasn't doing a video about this article, I'd just be like, next. So I guess I'm closed-minded. Professor Peter Wade, a sociologist from the University of Manchester, tells us how racism, that doesn't make sense, tells us how racism, more complex and insidious than the traditional definition, explaining that it is a system of oppression that has historically existed and continues. Why did you leave me stumbling over the typo? That was weird. To do so against minorities and debilitating their lives in covert and overt ways. Peter tells Metro Co UK, racism is an ideology and a practice that produces a society in which some people systematically have less access to resources, power, security, and well-being than others. These systemic inequalities reflect hierarchical differences between people originally created by colonialism, which produced patterns of historical inequality that make it difficult for certain people to access opportunities and resources. If our understanding of racism is that it's only when people knowingly believe they are superior, then we are actively ignoring the true insidious ways it operates. It is important to understand that racism is much more than outright thinking one race is better than the other. Most of us probably don't go around thinking our skin is better than the color of other people's skin. Changing the definition of racism could bring the current disconnect between these oppressed between those oppressed and those doing the oppressing. Okay, so I hold the traditional definition that you guys described. And, when you talk about systemic inequalities and lack of ability to access certain resources and stuff like that, I kind of tend to associate those things with poverty.
So TJ seems to reject this definition of racism, one that I would
And that's when I stopped talking, right? That's when I stopped. I said nothing else beyond that, right? I said associate with poverty, and then no further comment.
Purely based on this definition about, if you think you're superior to someone, no matter who you are, and discriminate based on skin color, and that's the real definition of racism. So the article goes on to talk about.
So I think that what happens, and one of the reasons that I take issue with articles like that, is when you expand the definition of racism to the point where it includes, the institutional barriers to black people and stuff. And I think that it's okay to describe those things as systemic racism. But when it gets to the level of calling people racist just because they are not yet, they haven't yet recognized some of these institutional barriers that exist, or, they haven't they're not quite as woke as you are or whatever, and be like, oh, you're so fucking racist. I think that's just off-putting. I think that doesn't really do anybody any good. I feel like the word racism is like, you can't take it from a racist is a fucking Klansman who burns a cross on a lawn and then start applying it to people who are just like a little bit ignorant. Because all that doesn't fucking doesn't wake them up like, oh shit, I need to change my ways and stop being so ignorant because I'm getting called racist. I think all that does is just make them feel like, what it does is normalize racism. I think that's why I think that's part of the reason anyway, why you had a phenomenon like someone like Donald Trump, who was able to fucking
increasingly get away with more and more racialized statements because people had been called racist so many times simply for having ignorant positions, not for having supremacist positions, but inadvertently supporting supremacy via ignorance. When you start labeling those people racist, that doesn't snap them out of it and suddenly give them the spontaneous knowledge they need. I feel like what that does is it alienates them and it makes them feel like you're ganging up on them. And that's where I guess the white fragility shit comes into play. But like, you have to fucking play the psychology of the people, right? You can't just be like, hey, you're a racist. Oh shit, I don't want to be racist. Tell me what I have to do not be racist. Okay, well, here's every belief you must instantly subscribe to. It's like you have to actually educate people. You actually have to go out there and fucking change hearts and minds by showing people the fucking truth that kind of gets buried in our mainstream discourse. And, you know, and I think in recent years with the BLM protests and stuff, there have been a lot of fucking mainstream voices. John Oliver comes to mind, who have done like tremendous jobs showing people aspects of American history to which, you know, we've broadly been ignorant in this country. Stuff that, you know, you just never found in the fucking history books. You had to read something like A People's History of the United States to even start to fucking, you know, see this stuff. You know, I just feel like taking people who are just ignorant and labeling them as racist, I feel like it does not have good results from a just purely strategic perspective. Like, if you have the pragmatic goal of eliminating racism in society, I feel like labeling people racist who don't have any sort of maliciousness towards other races, but just happen to be unwitting puppets of a system of white supremacy, I feel like casting the aspersion of racism onto them does nothing but alienate them from your worldview and push them away. I think that when you, I think when you fucking phrase it as like, this is systemic racism, and, you know, depersonalize it, it's easier for them to accept it. Now, at some point in that process, they are going to have to accept, like, you play a part in this. But you don't open with that. And I feel like calling them racist opens with that in a way that just is not good.
Racist microaggressions, that even if you're not a racist person...
Dude, hey, Mr. Conrad's ex, do you have a fucking actual issue, bitch? I see you there in the chat spouting your fucking over and over again, just rephrasing the same fucking criticism. TJ been brainwashed by SCW, TJ da-da-da, TJ. Do you have an actual argument, bitch? Because if not, you can get the fuck out of here. How about you just get the fuck out of here, huh? Or actually say something. You got something to say? I've heard the premise. You want to lay out a fucking justification for it? You go ahead. But I heard you. I'm an SJW. I'm fucking woke. I'm woke and I'm fucking, I've been brainwashed. Got it. Why don't you actually put forth a bit of argumentation to support that fucking shit? Then maybe I'll I'll pay attention to you in a second. But I don't think you need to sit here and rephrase that over and over again and act like you're saying something new. Hi, I'm John Farden Boosie. I've been trying to contact you about your car's extended warranty. Yeah, that fucking extended warranty. It's a killer.
You might do these things that can easily be interpreted as very racist. Now, he goes through them all, talking about, like, is he a racist based on these things? And, yeah, his takes are awful, like, really bad, and I would argue have a lot of racial prejudice in them, and that my definition of racism and the professor's definition of racism, to be very charitable, it just seems like a Western person who's extremely ignorant. So the video has a list of bullet points that says things that don't fit into the traditional definition of racism but still will contribute to it. Now, the first one says, mixing up people who seem to be the same ethnicity. Listen to what he has to say about that.
Mixing up, by the way, this is the part, I've read the comments in this video, this is the part that made them the most upset. This clip you're about to see is apparently the thing that pissed them off the most. People who seem to be the same ethnicity. So am I guilty of that? Yes, absolutely. Now, when it comes to black men, I can tell the difference between different black dudes. Okay, I got that down. I don't really, I don't look at fucking Lawrence Fishburne and be like, yo, it's Samuel L. Jackson. So I'm good at that. Black women, that's a lot trickier. Women in general, though, like, it's hard for me to, like, point, like, my wife will be watching, like, some TV shows together or something, or, like, a movie, and she'll be like, hey, you recognize that actress? I'll be like, no, and then she'll be like, well, she's been in, like, 10 other things you've seen. I'm like, oh, shit, really?
So I'm really bad at recognizing women, differentiating women's faces. It's like a gender-based prosopagnosia or something. And I'm really not too great at black women, especially. They tend to be really hard for me. Asians, just in general, Asian men and women have extraordinary difficulty. Like, if I love Asian cinema, I'll watch some Asian movies here and there. That's what I'm saying. Especially like a lot of, chop socky fucking kung fu shit. And yeah, I mean, sometimes I'll be like, okay, I'm having real trouble differentiating this character from this character because to me, they kind of look the same. But is that, I don't know, is that racism? I mean, it doesn't necessarily even say that's racism. It says that's contributing to racism. But like, what can I do about that? Like, is there a way I can even... Like, do I have to sit down and do like a careful study of Asian faces until I start to see the nuanced difference of the features?
Now that is really, really bad. Saying that it's hard to tell Asians apart.
Yeah, but it's true. For me, I'm not saying that it's hard for you to tell Asians apart. I was saying that it's hard for me. How can you say, like, I don't have any control over that? I have no control over that whatsoever. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, am I supposed to lie? Am I supposed to be like, no, I've never, yes, I have no trouble there. I do, though. I feel like I'm being like, this is like some form of ableism or something. Like, because you're dyslexic, like, oh shit, that's problematic. Like, yeah, I legitimately have trouble distinguishing Asian faces. I'm supposed to lie out of fucking some adherence to an ideology or political correctness? Like, I'm supposed to just like, not claim to not have that issue even though I fucking do? Sorry, I just do. I mean, if I could correct it, I would. I mean, look, if there was like some method I knew about to solve that problem, I would do that. Because like I said, I'm a fan of Asian cinema, and I legitimately do struggle to fucking tell the difference between two characters sometimes, and it gets confusing. Prosopagnosia is a real thing, and I legitimately believe that to some degree I have prosopagnosia. I think like even with white people's faces, like sometimes I have to tell two people apart by their fucking haircut. And if they change their hair, I have all of a sudden trouble recognizing them. Now, it's not as bad with white men as it is with white women. It's not, black men are easier than black women. Men in general are easier than women. But I have the most trouble with Asians. This is not a racial statement. I'm not saying they all look alike. I'm saying that I have an issue. You jerk off.
Saying it's hard to tell black women apart. Is this really a hard thing to do unless you want to stay incredibly ignorant? Like, if you grow up in a diverse country, an area, for example.
I didn't. I grew up in a super fucking white area.
Like I do. It's very easy to tell the differences, even through groups you might see as like similar. And I remember
I'm glad that it's easy for you, but that's not my experience.
People in my school who obviously like had black skin, brown skin, but you could tell the difference often between someone from like Mauritius, someone from Sri Lanka, someone from India, someone from like,
you can, doesn't mean I can. Like, hey, I have a fucking crazy notion here. Maybe your brain is good at certain things that my brain isn't good at. Maybe my brain is good at certain things that your brain isn't good at. Maybe we're different. Maybe that's okay.
Like Pakistan, or someone from the Philippines, or someone from China, or someone from Japan. You could tell the differences because these people do look different the same way you can often tell the differences with white people and where they're from. It's not hard. So I just feel like...
Okay, I'm glad it's not hard for you. I'm really fucking glad it's not hard for you. I'm saying it's hard for me. And I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to dehumanize anybody or fucking say they all look alike or anything like that. All I'm saying is I have an issue with that. I struggle with that.
Like, that is real ignorance on his part.
I feel like this is a real fucking dick move on this dude's part. I feel like this is just like pure assholery, and honestly, the amount of comments I saw ragging on me for this, kind of fucking weird and gross.
He doesn't seem like he wants to address. And like I said, I do feel it does come from a place of like some ingrained racial bigotry. Now, he did say he went to an all-white private school pretty much in this video. Now, he goes on to talk about the colorblind argument again, which he believes.
It wasn't all white, but yeah, it was strong majority white.
Believes in. He acknowledges how people can see it's flawed, but listen to how he justifies it, which he has been justifying for years.
So, I mean, I know that. I know, I get the counter argument, but at the same time, like, I don't think society by and large, ever gets past all of this race bullshit. Unless people do eventually come around to... Right, this is going to be the same thing again where he once again defends the very racial hierarchy he claims that he wants to destroy. Where he's going to once again steelman racism in order to defeat it. Not giving a shit. I really think that that's the solution. I think if you got 100% of people on board with this whole I don't see color thing, that'd be the end of it. We wouldn't have... Right. Am I wrong? I'm not
Don't
wrong.
worry about it anymore. There'd be no more housing discrimination. There'd be no more police brutality disproportionately visited upon black people. There'd be no more harsher court sentences disproportionately affecting black people. There'd be none of that. Because that guy's right. I wanted to say that bald dude up there, he's right. No one would ever even think to do that.
So like I said with his ignorance about racist history, he seems to place everything on the individual. Like, if we all just became colorblind and we didn't care about race anymore...
I literally said 100% of society would have to come around to that point of view and it would solve it. How is that placing the emphasis on the individual? It literally places the emphasis on the entire collective of humanity.
Racism would go away. And maybe...
It's like, it couldn't be more polar opposite of putting it on the individual, bro. What?
If we like clicked our fingers and we all suddenly didn't care about this stuff, we would. But even with someone like him, who's claiming now to be a leftist, you can see ingrained racial...
Claiming now to be a leftist. I was a leftist when you were a fucking sperm swimming in your daddy's fucking drawers, bitch. Well, probably not that long. I've been a leftist since like 2009, 2010. I didn't really realize that that's what I was until probably like 2017, 2018, because I honestly didn't even know there was a distinction between leftist and liberal because it just wasn't part of the fucking political discourse. But yeah, I pretty much, like you even say in the beginning of this video, that I've pretty much always been pretty much where I am now. You know? I don't agree with that 100%, but I don't think I've changed nearly as much as people like that fucking asshole in the chat a second ago think. I think that society, at least certain aspects of it, have moved left and right in pronounced ways, and it's become more and more apparent which side I stand on. But, you know, I think that I don't think I've changed that much. I have changed. I have moved left on some issues. But the idea that this, like, leftism for me is like some brand new fucking coat of paint on an old fucking thing? Nope.
Racial bigotry. And it's something we all grow up with. If you are a white person growing up in Western society, and this is what really annoys me, you will inherently adopt some racist viewpoints. Not that you'll be some insane one, but definitely you will adopt some bigotry. So in my own life, for example, what I think about most is...
Right, but you just fucking shit on me for that. Like, so wait, let's explore the reasoning why I have issues recognizing Asian faces. Okay? So there's a few explanations for that. It could just be because I was not exposed to many of them growing up in my formative years. It could be that I just have a general sense of I just have like a mild case of prosopagnosia, which is face blindness. That is, you know, more pronounced in certain ethnicities than it is in others. It could be ingrained bigotry. It could be any number of fucking things. So why are you giving me shit for it? Because none of those things is I've made a choice to not be able to distinguish Asians from each other easily. Like I never made that conscious decision. Like I am going to make the decision to have trouble distinguishing Asian male faces apart or Asian female faces apart. Like I never decided that. So why was I given shit for it? Why was I given a giant ration of shit for that fucking talking point, for just being honest about something I struggle with? Seems really fucking bizarre.
Is the racialization of Muslims during, obviously, the war on terror, for example. And as a kid, how am I not meant to absorb a lot of the stuff about Islam, which is being crammed into my head every single day by these racist stereotypes and fear-mongering? I get on the radio, I get on the TV. I used to watch this stuff on the news as like a 9-year-old. And how do you think that stuff affects your mentality? And I think the way it affected my mentality is someone who, you know, I went to school with Muslim people, I grew up with Muslim people. But when I got older, it made me more primed for arguments by people like Sam Harris about Islam. And that is something I had to wrestle with as I got into adulthood. Before, when I was about 21, just being like, I do not believe any of that stuff. But that's the way I was indoctrinated. And lucky for me, obviously.
So this guy seems to be... everything that he ever did wrong in his life was just because he was indoctrinated. takes no responsibility for it. But his new opinions, now he's thinking for himself. Now he's, as if, like, it's impossible that you're still just the little social unit responding to fucking positive stimuli and negative stimuli. Like, to some extent, we're all just fucking puppets dancing to the fucking tune of, like, wherever our predilections have led us, okay? So this idea that you used to be this brainwash thing, but now you're a person. Now you're a fully actualized human being. Bullshit. Total bullshit. If you own what you are now, then you own what you were then. You don't get to just be like, well, I was brainwashed. Brainwashed by society. You know? You either have to use if you were brainwashed then, you're brainwashed now. If you're an individual now that thinks for yourself, then you always were. Even when you had fucking fucked up beliefs about fucking Islamic people or whatever the fuck.
Obviously, because I come from like an immigrant background, and I went to like a very diverse school. You know, where I went to school was one of the most diverse places in London. I was lucky to have that exposure of like different cultures and races, but still as like a white person.
Yeah, you were lucky. It's kind of like a privilege. Maybe that's why you're a little bit better at telling different racial groups' faces apart. So, yeah, maybe you shouldn't fucking, like, lord that privilege over someone, especially as a leftist. Maybe. I don't know. Sorry, that one really did stick in my craw, dude. I feel like that was a really fucking fucked up thing to throw in my face. I feel like you're kind of a piece of shit.
In Western society, you do have these prejudices. So how do you get rid of that? Well, for me, a lot of it's to do with capitalism. If you grow up in an area like he says Louisiana, or white school, imagine the sort of stuff you hear there. Imagine the radio, imagine the TV.
It's not an all-white school. It makes it sound like there was an official policy of, like, only white people are allowed to attend. There were black people at my fucking school, okay? There were some Asian kids at my school. One of my best friends growing up was an Asian kid. So they were there. There just wasn't a lot of them. The vast, like, it was like 90 fucking to 95% white kids. Okay? But there was not like an official policy of racism at the school I attended as a kid. Even if there was, it's not like I would have to morally own that. Like, I didn't control what school I was sent to before I even fucking reached adulthood or had a fucking choice in the matter.
That is what you've got to dismantle to get rid of racism, because as a society, and as a society that is systemically and institutionally racist, the incentive for doing this stuff is because of the power structure where white people are at the top and maintaining that power structure. So it's weird for someone who's very anti-capitalist. He does not understand how intertwined capitalism and racism are, especially in countries like...
I actually do. I think I understand it better than you. Because the racial hierarchy that you consistently defend, even while claiming you're against it, is used to divide people and to prevent class solidarity.
Like the United Kingdom and America. So it's very frustrating that with its own sort of problematic...
Like, really, from the very beginning of this racial hierarchy's creation, it was designed to benefit rich white men. Because who wanted the slaves? It was rich white men. They invented this racial hierarchy because it benefited them, because it said there's a distinct class of worker that I am more allowed to exploit. With white people, the most I can do is make them indentured servants. But with black people, they can be out and out slaves because I've created this racial hierarchy where, you know, but who's at the top? Not just white people, but rich white people. They created it for their own benefit, and they continue to use it for their own benefit. My whole point is, let's get rid of it. I know we can't do it tomorrow, but let's work towards that as a goal, so that we can have class solidarity, so that we can say, hey, these divisions, so that the fucking white redneck wakes up one morning and says, you know what? My problems aren't because of fucking welfare queens and fucking wetbacks and whatever the fuck. That's not my enemy. My enemy is not the fucking immigrant that's like my fellow worker looking for a fucking job. That's a laborer just like me, trying to feed his family just like me. You know who's my real enemy? The cocksucker who exploits me. The boss man who won't pay us a fair fucking wage because he's a greedy piece of shit. So I will hold hands with my black brother. I will hold hands with my Latino brother or sister, Latina sister. And I will march forth and I will take back what's mine. Like, I mean, I'm a guy, I'm literally a fucking border abolitionist. I don't even, I want a global society. I'm my literal ultimate goal for this species is like a utopian, ideal, one world, post-racial society where everyone loves each other and everyone fucking shares the wealth that they generate. Like my fucking vision of the future is literally like communist utopia planet, like Star Trek level utopian idealism, right? So this idea that like I'm trying to fucking like I still have like all this implicit bias and shit. I might have a little, I'm not going to deny that, but like the idea that I'm like rife with it, pretty fucking preposterous at this point, given my ideology, bro. Pretty fucking silly. I want us all to unite as one people. My fucking mantra is literally humanity first. And I feel like the racial distinctions, the racial hierarchy that has been used by the fucking super wealthy to divide and exploit us is a bad thing, actually, and should probably go the fuck away. That's what I'm talking about when I talk about colorblindness, bro. Don't know if you necessarily get it. Maybe instead of being condescending, you could like try to understand.
Through the views on racism, he also kind of frames it as like an individual thing. Like,
no, I don't.
Just have to stop.
No, I don't. Lie upon lie upon lie upon lie. Literally, globalist society where everyone has to come around to this point of view. How is that an individualist thing? Longtime viewer, I really appreciate the growth and perspective changes you've undergone over time. You seem to garner the same type of uncharitable, woke, scolding, pretentious critics that Vosh has. Whatever.
Oh, believing it.
Thank you for your donation. I'm not trying to be a victim here or whatever. But, yeah.
But it's so hard to stop believing it for most people. When you're
I just want... my main thing that I care about here is the ideology, all right? I don't care about this person. I don't care about myself. I mean, I do care. Like, I care about him as a fucking fellow human being. I care about myself and my well-being. But ultimately, what I'm doing here is not about that. The stuff I'm saying now is about ideology, and it's about the whole of humanity, and it's about us putting our divisions aside and creating a more just and equal world where there is, you know, conservatives are always saying to you, like, we need equality of opportunity, not equality of outcome. It's like, well, we don't have either, bitch. I think that we need to have equality of opportunity to the greatest extent possible and equality of outcome to a lesser extent. I understand that people's life choices are definitely going to fucking shape where they end up. No doubt about that. But, it's not an evil, we don't play on an even fucking playing field. You know? And the bottom of society is a long ass way from the top. I think we need to narrow that gap. I think we need to do it for the whole of humanity. Not just Americans, not just white people, or any ridiculous supremacist nonsense. This needs to be global. We need to look at every single fucking man, woman, or whatever as our brother, sister, or whatever, and fucking unite as a species. That's my message. At the core of everything I fucking say, do, or whatever. That's it. And has been for a long goddamn time. And yet I get called a misanthrope, even by myself. Glory to humanity, TJ. You know why I'm a misanthrope? Because humanity falls short of that. And I'm so fucking disappointed that it doesn't seem like even, like, there's so many people that don't even share that beautiful vision with me. Because they don't want to let go of their racism, or they don't want to let go of their classism, or they don't want to let go of their fucking sexism, or whatever the fuck. And I understand those things are fucking ingrained in us, and there are people that try to fucking fan those flames. But I'm not fucking one of them.
indoctrinated in it since birth, and most people will keep being indoctrinated in it throughout their lives, especially if you stay in your bubble. And we see with like the war on so-called critical race theory, this is a reaction to more people learning anti-racism or learning the real history of America and how it's always been this white supremacist state and everything. And that's what we need to dismantle, and we need to teach people.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like so much of what I've had to do here is just disabuse you of incorrect notions of what I fucking believe.
People education and how we have built this system of capitalism as an extension of racist colonialism, where non-white people were worth far less. And that is something I think leftists in general need to accept. Now, that is my main problem with him, and I think that's a massive problem with him. And if you are a non-white person who...
It would be a problem with me if it was even accurate, but it's not. Sorry. I guess that pretty much concludes the ideological section. I think that from here, he just kind of talks about how don't trust reformed anti-SJWs or whatever the fuck because, you know, trust him instead because he's pure. Even though he admitted earlier, like, he used to be Islamophobic, but I guess he doesn't own that in like anyone else because I was brainwashed then. It's like, well, yeah, maybe the people who are saying that shit you don't like now are brainwashed. Maybe you should view them as your brothers and sisters that you're trying to help instead of some enemy that you have to defeat. Right? Maybe? It's an idea. Toss it around in your head. Okay. That concludes that shit. Took about 2 hours and 30 minutes to get through these two videos, but I did it. I think we can both agree that for whatever disagreements I might have with the Kavernacle, vastly more intelligent than Mr. Dapperton. You know, Mr. Dapperton is definitely at a lower rung of social evolution. I will say that shit. This guy thinks nobody should change views or grow. Well, he did, though. I don't know what the fuck the standard is. You need to end this segment with you singing the chorus to Chumbawamba's Tub Thumping. No thanks. Talent show scam situation. I'm working on it. I'm working on the talent show. We're going to do it. We're going to do it live. Fuck it. We'll do it live. This guy's like a drone. No, I think he's thinking for himself. I just feel like there's some pretty uncharitable takes in there. You know? I've definitely said some problematic shit on race in the past. I won't deny it. But, you know, whatever. I'm growing and evolving and all that shit. The stuff he brought up was not even, like, the bad stuff. Like, I literally 1350'd in a video one time. Now, I fucking made it clear, I think, in the video, or at least in the broader context of my channel, that the reasons for 1350 were socio-political and not racial. But I think that I made it at least one time outside of that context, just thinking people would understand that. But, you know, it was dog whistly, and it came across dog whistly. He didn't even play that. If he'd shown that clip, I would just be like, I completely fucking disavow that shit. Sorry about that. That was fucking wrong. That was a bad fucking bit of rhetoric. But, you know, the stuff he played was like, I don't know. I mean, the thing that people seem to take the most offense to is the fucking stuff with the difficulty, the prosopagnosia, the face blindness thing, where like certain racial modifiers made it worse. I don't understand what I really don't even understand being attacked for that. Like, to me, that's just like, I don't have that ability. I don't know what you want. It's like asking a fucking person in a wheelchair to just get up and start dancing. I don't know what you fucking want from me, bro. Yeah, I don't think his video was bad, honestly. But obviously, I'm going to take issue with it when he's talking about my ideology, and he says things that I don't really recognize as what I believe. What does 1350 mean? 1350 is an alt-right talking point where basically it's to point out, well, 50% of violent crime or murder or some specific sort of crime is caused by black people, which are 13% of the population. They say 13% of the population causes 50% of the violent crime or whatever.
And they totally ignore any socioeconomic factors that might be at play there. They ignore any of the history of racism and all that stuff in America. And, like, you know, the uneven playing field that I talked about. And they just attribute that statistic 100% to racial differences, innate racial differences. So it's basically a racist talking point. But it is a true statistic as well. So I basically, you know, they don't like putting context to it. They only want you to talk about one explanation, their explanation, the racial explanation. So, you know, I brought it up in a video where I was basically asked, like, why are white people afraid of black people? And I said, well, it's probably because of this statistic. And I think to some degree it is. But the way I presented it was very wrong. Like, I think that we are fear-mongered too about black crime rates. Like, you see that in media, especially. It's kind of calmed down, but, like, back in the day, like, you watch a show like Cops or Live PD or whatever the fuck, or even just, like, a scripted show. Like, there's a lot of fucking, you see the stereotype of, like, the black gangbanger, the black thug, the black crip, the black blood, the hood that's gonna fucking rob you and shoot you and all this stuff. Like, that was like a strong media representation of black people, even though that's, you know, a very small portion of the black community. But there is a bit of statistical evidence to back it up in that, yeah, black crime rates are high. But, you know, we can pretty much see that those are for socio-political reasons and, poverty reasons and all that stuff. Like, it can be pretty fucking clearly empirically demonstrated, and has been, by numerous academics who fucking study the field. But, you know, obviously racists want it to be a racial explanation. And so it's a talking point that I brought up real glibly and stupidly in a video and presented it without the proper context. And it was sort of a dog whistle to racists, which, you know, is something that's, like, very super fucking regrettable. Cops was a terrible show. Cops had fucking terrible messaging across the board. So first of all, it was a show that glorified police violence. It was a show that promoted racism. It was a show that promoted classism, because you constantly saw poor people and black people being brutalized by the cops, and it was presented in such a way as, like, where the cops are the good guy. You know, that was, like, the social messaging. And it also fucking taught people to be fearful of the police, to be socially obedient to the police. You know, every cop that was on there was, like, a big swinging dick. So it's basically just, like, the messaging of cops was, like, be a racist, be a classist, and be a bitch to the state. So basically, like, it was, like, super fucking crazy right-wing propaganda. Cops was a terrible fucking show, but actually a pretty entertaining show, too. Bill Hicks did a great bit on Cops and the addictive nature of it. I think that he actually fell for a lot of the classist shit in it, but I think he also realized some of the more problematic elements when it came to, like, at least authoritarianism. Maybe not so much the racial shit. It's propaganda, yeah. By the way, I don't have anything against police as, like, a social function, okay? Like, we need police. The problem is not that we have police. The problem is the quality of our police and what we use them for. You know, if you have a hammer, you don't use it for every job. Like, some jobs require the finesse of a screwdriver, right? But we still fucking come in with a hammer. You have a mentally ill person having some problems. You don't necessarily, you don't send the hammer to that. That's not a nail. That's a screw. You send the screwdriver. You send the social worker. Someone who's a little bit more delicate and diplomatic. Do you regret apologizing to AIU? Yeah, I was under enormous social pressure. That's really no excuse. But he really he honestly gaslit me. He made me feel like I was a bad person for calling him a racist, even though he was saying fucking just, like, outright racist things. But he made it seem like I'm not a racist, and that's wrong for you to call me a racist when I'm not. I'm like, oh shit, maybe it is, because I wouldn't want to be called a racist if I wasn't. Right? Everyone can understand that. But, you know, just, like, the more I delved into it, like, he didn't really have much of a case for not being a racist. Like, he basically devotes his entire fucking mental energies to, you know, defending police who shot black people without just cause, and, you know, attacking, you know, any sort of, like, remedy to social ills involving black people. And basically, like, I told him a story where some black people showed up at a Waffle House I was at, and, like, literally, like, 50 cops just, like, started, like, gathering in the parking lot across the street, because this is, like, a super fucking white community in Mississippi. And just the presence of black people brought, like, a bunch of cops there. And I was like, that's pretty racist, right? And he's like, no, that's totally justified. Blacks are criminals. I'm like, how the fuck is this dude want to be not called a racist? Like, if I was that racist, I would just admit I'm a fucking racist at that point. Like, come on, you are. Just have the balls to admit it. Like, you can't fucking say literally every racist thing possible and then be like, well, I'm not a racist, though. Of course you're a fucking racist, dude. So yeah, I definitely regret fucking issuing an apology. But I don't know. I've definitely made some mistakes on the matter, and I don't want to fucking, like, whitewash my mistakes I've made, because I have made them. You know? But I don't think that my promotion of, like, colorblindness, which maybe I'll start phrasing it differently. Maybe I'll start talking about, like, destabilization and destruction of the racial hierarchy or the remnants of transatlantic racial hierarchy. I'll come up with some nicer way, some, like, more fucking snooty way of saying it, so that fucking people like that dude don't fucking get the wrong goddamn idea. I think AIU was a great entertainer. Don't get me wrong. I think he still is. I think he actually has, like, a lot of talent. He's a funny dude. There's no fucking doubt about it. I also think he's a pretty intelligent guy. But, you know, that doesn't fucking detract from the fact that, yeah, I think he said some fucking racist shit. And I really don't understand why it even offends him to be called that. Maybe it doesn't anymore. I don't know. I haven't heard from him in a fucking quite some time. Race abolitionist. It sounds I don't know. We need to find a term that's understandable to ordinary people, or at least, like, has the ability to be understood just by examining the term. It has to sound intellectual enough for the snobs to get on board, but it has to also sound not too pretentious, because then the ordinary people will reject it, because it'll sound too snooty for them. You gotta find something that fucking sounds just smart enough. Is there a way to watch Babies Are Idiots? It's been taken off YouTube. Also, any chance of Wrong Advice's return? I do want to do a Wrong Advice's thing. I actually thought about doing Wrong Advice's as, like, a podcast or something. Like, it'd be a pure audio podcast. People would just submit their problems, and I would just do it as audio and put it out on, like, iTunes or Spotify or both or something. Oh, that could be actually pretty fun. Space Race. Boring and cringe. Boring and cringe. Boring and cringe. Right. I think that's why the colorblindness thing is, like, it is like an accurate kind of sort of description of what I think would be ideal, but it's been tainted by people using it to downplay racism. So that term isn't going to work. Gotta fucking change the term, because, like, otherwise you get misunderstandings, like I think what was happening in that dude's video. See, my problem is I'm never cognizant of shit like that because I don't give a fuck about optics, but I guess I should care. Coring and Bringe. I gotta take a piss. I'll be back in a minute. You guys, I mean, you actually can go somewhere if you want, because, like, I'm done with the fucking responding to critics portion. But, just fucking, if you want to throw me some super chats or whatever, I'll read them when I get back. Shouldn't take me but a minute. because I like money. I'm not anti-capitalist enough to reject your money. I'll tell you that. All right, let's see. Any come in? Nope. Fucking bastards. What's wrong? You don't want me to exploit your labor? So yeah, I guess we're done with what I had planned. I accomplished my mission and responded to the 2 videos I wanted to. That's cool. And both of those videos, by the way, are linked down below. I am going to go ahead and actually I'll throw a fucking subscribe to the Kavernacle. Seemed like he's actually... I'm not subscribing to Mr. Dapperton. Sorry, Mr. Dapperton. If anyone is hate watching this and like what Mr. Dapperton has to say, his link is down below. I know he wanted promotion from this because he literally sent me the video himself. So he clearly wanted me to fucking say something about it. And I have. Stay longer. I'm not leaving. I'm just letting you know that the actually entertaining portion is over. The part where I just like kind of sit around and talk to the chat has begun. So this stream is sitting at about 450 people right now. Usually the streams where I just talk to the chat like kind of have like 250. So I figure that's about how many people would actually want to be here at this point. So I'm just letting you know that like if you came here to see me respond to the critics, that's over. And, you know, you don't have to stick around if you don't want to. If you want to fucking hang out and just talk in the chat and eat hot dogs with me and shit, because my beautiful wife just brought me a hot dog. No cheese. Actually, there is mac and cheese, so there is cheese. Why don't you offer a membership to your channel? Do you think it's too cringe? I already have a Patreon you can support. I don't want to confuse things too much. If you want to support me, support the fucking Pessimist Productions Patreon. You know, Pessimist Productions is very important to us. We do DFF through it. You know, it's Paul's Ideology. Cinema for Cynics is supposed to be coming back soon. You know, Paul's been working on some scripts with that. We've been talking to an editor about that shit. Starting some preliminary plans of getting that movie review channel going again. Me and Scotty are thinking about doing that Fighting Boys property that you guys saw a little preview of the other day as like its own channel where we kind of do that. And I might review some movies on there as well. So, you know, there's a lot of stuff planned for the future of that. There's actually cheese on the hot dogs as well. Look at that. Some American cheese. Show them toddies. I showed them before. You already paid me to show my toddies. And I did. It was beautiful. You masturbated, remember? Yeah, our Patreon is pretty generous. We do all kinds of shows and shit on there. I do an Abandon Hope. I try to do every month. Sometimes, like last month, I fucked up. So I'm doing 2 this month. Probably be doing 1 in a couple days here. What do you think of South Park getting 14 new movies in 6 seasons? 6 more seasons. I feel like South Park ran its course a while ago and probably should just go away. Personally, I don't know. I just don't like it anymore, personally. I mean, it just seems like it's lost its charm. But I guess I kind of liked the pandemic special, but man, the vaccine special sucked. I don't know. It's like sometimes they hit still, but like the misses are becoming more and more frequent. Memes aside, thanks for what y'all do over at Pessimist Productions, especially the Chef's Table. Gives a lot of content to watch when I'm at work overnights. Appreciate that. Very grateful for you as a fucking fan. I mean, the South Park movies, they're not talking about theatrically released fucking movies. They're talking about, like, Paramount Plus exclusive movies, basically. Because they've signed a deal with Paramount Plus. See, I don't have a problem with Family Guy. I don't really understand what everyone's fucking issue with that show is. Like, I feel like Family Guy, at least to me, you guys are I mean, if you guys watch my fucking argument with Scotty, like, I feel like it's basically the same thing it's ever fucking been. It's just an excuse to make as many gags as possible in rapid fire succession with minimal emphasis on plot. I think people, when it comes to Family Guy, more dislike what was done with the characters than dislike what was done with the fucking comedy on the show. Can you do a reaction to the trailers of both Under the Skin and The Forever Purge? You were into Hereditary, The Lighthouse, and The Witch. I think you're really going to dig Under the Skin. Scarlett Johansson's best film, in my opinion. Hope you enjoy the trailers. So I do want to watch those trailers, but the thing is, trailers lately have been such copyright bait for me. It used to be trailers were reasonably safe, probably because companies were like, hey, they're advertising our trailer for free. That's probably good. But I guess they've come up to some other logic that I can't understand or scrutinize, because now they seem to hate when you show their trailer. I mean, it's literally an advertisement for your movie, so you'd think you'd want people to show it, but I guess not. See, Brian is not much better as a character. I'm sorry. The original Brian was just a boring-ass voice of reason character. The new Brian is a self-centered, narcissistic scumbag. I understand why he's less likable, but likability is not the only thing that matters with a character. Brian, as he is now, is way more capable of generating his own unique story arcs than he was before. If you keep Brian just the voice of reason, then all he really has to do is commentate on what Peter is doing. And just be like, Peter, this is imbecilic. We don't need that. That's not... The story changes to Brian's character make complete fucking sense, in my opinion. The thing that doesn't make sense is Stewie. Because I feel like you could have easily... Like, Brian's already like a narcissistic, self-serving douchebag. Stewie doesn't need to be the exact same fucking thing. It seems redundant. It seems like you should have just kept Stewie the fucking overtly evil genius. I mean, you can have him do the gay thing, too. Sure, whatever. But, like, I don't know. It's like... He's just like a... Like, that being so central now seems weird. Because the mad scientist angle, I don't know, it's kind of cool. Brian, during the era where like the Road to Quagmire episode happened, yeah. I do agree that there maybe is a time, like, but I don't know, like, as you're trying to generate new and new plots, like, he does more and more scumbag things, like, you know? I don't know, maybe they have gone too far with it, but I feel like it's better than, like, the original conception of the character, which is just like, Peter, you shouldn't do that, you know? Like, no shit, Peter's stupid, we get it. I think Peter worked better when he was more stupid than malicious. Yeah, I think that there is a... I think that the general thing that people object to with Family Guy is... And it's the same with really all of the fucking Seth MacFarlane shows, other than the Orville. But Family Guy, American Dad, maybe the Cleveland show too. I never really watched that. But Family Guy and American Dad both seem to be permeated with this, like, really intense mean-spiritedness and, like, callous disregard for fucking anything or anyone. You know, like, there's routinely jokes that are just centered around, like, and then a bunch of people were killed. Ha ha ha. And it's just like, that's the whole joke. It's just like, death. People were slaughtered for no good reason. Ha ha ha. It's funny. And on some level, I'm like, man, that's fucking, whew, little fucking disturbing, honestly. But on another level, I'm like, yeah, this is kind of cool. I don't know. There is a giddy little thrill just seeing a bunch of people get fucking wasted, right? It's just that Family Guy gives it to you in such a fucking crass way. Like, you know, a lot of people, they want that violence, but they want artistry with it, you know? It's got to say some profound thing about the human condition. When you're just given it, like, here you go, here's that violence you ordered, and it's like there's no, like, artistic redemption to it. Then people are like, oh my God, it's just gratuitous for gratuity's sake. But, like, maybe there are times when we should just be honest about what we really want. I think Family Guy scratches that itch a little too directly, you know? And people get like, ah, fuck. What does it say about me that I enjoy this? Drawn Together, that's the show. So many people, when you fucking bring up Drawn Together, just like, it was offensive for the sake of being offensive. And that's like supposed to be a criticism. To me, that's a fucking compliment. It was a show that existed to do nothing other than fucking push boundaries and push buttons. And there's something to be said for that. Because that alone fucking does something in society. You know, maybe Drawn Together or pushing a boundary gives another show the opportunity to explore that boundary in a more serious fucking way. With a lighter touch or a more fucking artistic eye. There's a valid fucking function to that kind of fucking material. I believe that. Plus, people who act like Drawn Together had no fucking messages and shit, like, I don't know. There was definitely times when that show had a point. Oftentimes, the point was pretty crude and basic. But still, like, they made fucking points. The Veggie Tales fucking parody they did made a lot of fucking cogent criticisms against religion. Pretty obvious ones and pretty in-your-face ones, but still coherent and cogent. The Clerks cartoon was trash. I don't know. I felt like it was pretty good. I kind of wish it stuck around longer. Whatever. I thought it was good. I thought it was well written. I understand it's unpopular to like Kevin Smith now because of the He-Man thing. It's okay, dude. I never fucking expect anyone to fucking donate if they're fucking hard up for cash. Like, people who have a little money to fucking scrape together, I'm always going to be grateful if they fucking choose to share it with me. But, you know, if someone actually fucking needs the money, I don't want to fucking take it out of their pocket. But, you know, like, if you're here and you enjoy this kind of show, obviously you donating incentivizes me to do it. You know what I mean? It's not like you're just giving me money for nothing. Like, I'm giving you this time and entertainment. If you're entertained by it, authentically and genuinely, then I appreciate when you fucking reward me occasionally so that I'm, like, positively reinforced to do it more for you. Why do you hate mustaches? We're hot. I don't hate I have a mustache. I literally have one. I just don't like it when the person has a mustache and no beard, usually. Now, there are some dudes that can pull it off but like, look, this is just my personal aesthetic preference. Like, you do whatever the fuck you want with your own fucking facial hair, obviously. But, like, I don't necessarily, like, usually prefer that look. I think the Orville Season 3 is happening. I think it's underway in terms of being shot, at least. I could be mistaken. The Orville's a great fucking show. I don't really have I'm not one of these people that just reflexively hates any new Star Trek, but it definitely doesn't have the same feel as Star Trek did in, like, the 90s and, like, the late 80s and shit that I think a lot of us fans pine for. And the Orville does kind of have that vibe. It feels more like a modern fucking Star Trek in the fucking spirit that I think a lot of the fans actually want. You know? Like, I don't really care for Discovery. I'm not like disdainful of it. I don't think it, like, shit on the legacy of Star Trek or some shit. But, you know, it's just, like, not my cup of tea. Now, Picard I did like. I actually thought Picard was pretty cool. Lower Decks, don't even have any interest in it. Enterprise, never cared for it. Love Voyager, love DS9, love TNG. Didn't really care for the original series, though I did like some of the movies. So, you know, as far as Star Trek goes, there's iterations of it I like, iterations I don't like. The Orville, I think, kind of taps into the spirit of the Star Trek stuff that most strongly resonated with me. So, yeah, I really appreciate that show, and I hope it sticks around. I hope we at least get one more season. Because it's fucking awesome. At what point do you start thinking yourself more of an entertainer than a social commentator? I don't really think the difference is as profound as you might believe. I think every entertainer, whether by design or by happenstance, makes social commentary. Even those who aren't trying to. Like, observational humor about small aspects of life inherently say something about society. And the way it's structured and the way it functions and how the human mind operates and what human psychology is. It's pretty hard to say anything that doesn't somehow commentate or somehow reveal an aspect of how you perceive the world around you and the society that you exist within. I choose to make it a more overt part of what I do. Because I think that I draw a lot of fucking material from that, and I, you know, probe those depths mentally and try to say, you know, things that I hope are interesting, stimulating, give you some kind of thought process, elicit some sort of reaction or opinion. And I try to push the worldview that, like, most fucking closely aligns to my own. I try to propagate my own ideology. To whatever extent I can. I think that's what a lot of people do. Should critical race theory be taught in schools? Yeah, why not? I don't see why it shouldn't be. I think that there are... I mean, when you talk about critical race theory, I mean, it's like, should politics be taught in schools? You know what I mean? Like, politics is not one thing. There's aspects of critical race theory that I probably wouldn't agree with, and there's aspects I would. But I can't selectively say, like, the stuff I like should be taught and the stuff I don't like shouldn't be taught. You know, I think it should just all be taught within the context of, like, this is an ideological lens through which you can view the world. I think people have this idea that, like, feminism is either true or it isn't. CRT is either true or it isn't. You know, whatever ideological lens, this religion or that religion, or this cultural tradition, or this fucking ideological, philosophical fucking framework is either true or it isn't true. Sociology is either true or it isn't true. Whatever the fuck. I think across the board, like, all these academic disciplines and philosophies and ideologies and theologies and stuff, like, they're not inherently true or untrue. They're just different lenses through which you can view the world. Because ultimately here, what we're dealing with is a lot of fucking subjectivities. Now, there's data to support a lot of fucking hypotheses and theses. But a lot of times, like, when you dig down deep enough, you're going to reach a subjectivity. And at that point, I have to default to my nihilism. And I have to admit that at some point, it just becomes a matter of fucking opinion. So give people the lenses. If critical race theory provides a valuable lens through which people can view certain social conditions and interactions, I don't see the problem in that. Monsieur Lestrange gave $5. Thank you kindly. I'm done eating into the mic, by the way, so for those of you disgusted, I'm done with that. Ryan Witt, $4.99. How long do you think Rick and Morty will run before it risks seasonal rot? Every show goes downhill after season 7. Darth myself said, I found some money lying around, so I thought it'd be more useful in your hands. That's true. Wise decision. I don't like Minecraft. The DFF tonight was fucking great. If you aren't a patron, dunk your head in a toilet until you come up with a brain cell and subscribe. What was tonight's episode? We shoot them so far in advance that, like, I kind of missed that shit. Oh, I missed your super chat. I'm sorry. Where is it? How serious would you be to do a pitch short film for practical effects if you were getting some cash to do it? I mean, yeah, I'd definitely be down to do that movie. I think it's a great concept. Simpsons Season 8 is pretty good. Yeah, but it's like around Season 8 is like the beginning of the decline, though. I think 8 through 12 still stay kind of good. Oh, The Real Conjuring? Yeah, that was a fucking great one. Yeah, those fucking Warrens are so full of shit, bro. Those people have no fucking intellectual honesty, or had, I should say, in the case of the dude. He's dead. Just what a fucking shameless exploiters, dude. No honesty, just willing to fucking out and out lie to people for money. Total bags of shit, man. Yeah, those guys suck. So this is from Sergio Ribeiro for $5. He says, you should visit the site called Fright Rags, the best horror t-shirt company I've ever seen. I spoke to the creator, a very passionate guy. Their Halloween shirts are fantastic. They made a hilarious Jaws 4 shirt, made by the fans for the fans. This is Fright Rags. Let's see. I will fucking, if I, all right. Let's see. T-shirts, okay. I will fucking show the site, but only if they have shirts in my size, which I almost guarantee they don't. All right, let's see. Here's a, ooh, a Killer Clowns from Outer Space shirt. Okay. They don't have my size. 3XLT. Almost no one has those fucking extended sizes like the T size for the folks with long torsos like myself. Bastards. But for you normal size people, frightrags.com. There's a hyphen there. Fright-rags.com for some pretty cool horror tees that TJ wishes he could wear. But can't, because his fucking unnaturally fucking shapen body. No, the site looks pretty cool. The site really does look great. If you love horror movies, I'm sure you will find some great t-shirts there if that's what you're looking for. If you're in the market for horror shirts, I'm not going to fucking bullshit you. I went over there and I saw good shirts. Whether that dude is secretly the owner or not, if he's secretly the owner, he's got a legit t-shirt site. It looks good. Just doesn't have my fucking size shirts. So, what are you going to do, right? Sometimes you're just fucked. Have you seen the Mike Lindell interview with Pac-Man? I swear that guy's very public descent into madness is both hilarious and sad for him. Yeah, I mean, I heard about that. I need to watch the fucking Vosh Charlie Kirk thing. Maybe after that, I'll fucking watch Pac-Man interview Mike Lindell. I'm not going to give out the link again. You can go back. I'm not being paid to promote them, so they want me to really suck their dick, you know. Cut me on that profit a little bit. I'm 6'3" and mostly legs. TJ is 6'5" and mostly torso. Between us, we would both a dwarf and a white shack. Interesting hypothesis. Hey, Chelsea, if you're still watching this, could you give me a drink, baby? If not, I'll just get up and my lazy ass and get one myself. What's your opinion about Clockwork Orange being in Space Jam? I mean, who gives a shit? Like, if Alex and the Droogs became, like, characters in the fucking thing, then maybe that would be an issue. But, like, having them in the background, who cares? Kids aren't going to fucking recognize what that is. And if they do, then they obviously have already seen it, so whatever. More cooking with TJ. Yeah, I'm gonna teach you guys how to cook vegan potato soup next. Vegan potato soup coming your way very soon. Yeah, Sergio, ask them if they want advertising. I'll advertise their shit. I'm a horror fan. Bob's Burgers is a good fucking show. It's not that funny. Bob's Burgers pretty much made the decision to be more like quirky and heartfelt than it did actually like laugh out loud funny. But I think it works. I think the characters are likable. Every character feels very unique. Like every character has things that they say that you would like, even if you just saw the dialogue on a sheet of paper, you could pretty much guess which one said it. Which is, I think, a good sign. Like a character has a like strong voice, you know? BoJack Horseman's a good show. F is for Family is a good show. There's a lot of great animated shows. Rick and Morty is a great show. What else is there that's a good show animated-wise? I don't know. A lot of them. Fucking pretty good. Bob's Burgers is the new King of the Hill, basically. I feel like that sells both of those shows short. There's a lot of hilarious one-liners. And I'm not saying Bob's Burgers is, like, never funny. I'm just saying, like, it ain't exactly like, I don't sit down and watch Bob's Burgers and have, like, a laugh-a-minute fucking experience. Like, I watch Rick and Morty, I'm pretty much going to laugh my ass off. Usually. If you were trapped on a desert island and you had a choice of eating Burger King, Subway, or Little Caesars, which would you choose? Fuck you for making me think about this. Probably Subway, because it at least has, like, some variety. Like, Burger King has, like, burgers and chicken sandwiches. Little Caesars has nasty-ass cardboard-tasted pizza. Subway is gross, but at least there's a variety of gross. So I have to go with that. Avatar: The Last Airbender. I mean, obviously that's a fucking masterpiece. Like, is there a single person? I've never even heard a person be like, Avatar: The Last Airbender sucks. And if I did, I'd fucking kick him. I'd kick him real hard in the shin, because it's like, who the fuck doesn't like Avatar: The Last Airbender? Like, you could be any age, of any political persuasion, of any fucking ideological bent, sensibilities. I mean, I don't know. It's just like such a fucking crowd pleaser. It's just fucking perfect. And if you don't like it, you're stupid. TJ hates bestiality up until the popularity is for it. The fuck is that supposed to mean? That I just go along with what's popular? Wait, I literally am like a globalist who wants to abolish borders and like totally I mean, like, almost no one agrees with my opinions. What are you talking about? I'm a fucking iconoclast. Like, I'm not the most fucking out there person in the goddamn world, but I'm not like mainstream guy that's like, whatever the fucking majority says, I will say. That's stupid and wrong. The final villain in Avatar being the Joker is pretty awesome too. Oh, yeah. Dude, how it was revealed at the very end. He just like, it's me. Oh, actually, it was Mark Hamill. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I was going very literal with it. Can't believe you read that, chat. Why not? TJ, the most conformist of them all. I know, right? Whatever people tell me to believe, I just believe. Legend of Korra, not as good. Not as good. Still good. Not as good. King of the Hill reminds me too much of my own middle American family. King of the Hill is fucking sometimes too real. That's true. You know what else is too real? Squidbillies. You ever been in that part of the country? You know that it's not as exaggerated as you might fucking suspect if you haven't been in that part of the country. Just tuning in. What's up, bitches? We were actually just talking about how we were going to fucking kill you. Or we were all sitting here kind of just like elucidating ideas like, how are we going to kill Brennar, you guys? I was trying to talk him out of it. I was like, chat, Brennar didn't do anything wrong to you guys. He's an innocent victim in all this. And they're just like, fuck him. We want to kill him. Tar and feather Brennar. Impale Brennar. Decapitate Brennar. I'm like, guys, come on, please. Don't do it. Brennar, get behind me. I'll protect you, Brennar. Super jail. Too fucking ADD for me. I can just fucking close my eyes and see that shit. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need that. I don't need a show for that. The She-Ra reboot, I hate to fucking admit it because it's definitely something that I knee-jerk wanted to hate, was really fucking good. Really fucking amazingly good characters and writing and, like, just everything. Like, yeah, it is, like, worthy of being compared to Avatar: The Last Airbender. And the fact that so many people have, like, are turned off by it because, like, some dumbass anti-SJW channel is like, no! Fuck. Give it a chance. Let it cast its spell. Listen to what it's saying. Get to know its characters. Get to know their motivations. Look at how rich and developed they are. Come on. You can do it, guys. Break out of the mind prison. Bren R is a piece of shit, bro. I was trying to convince the chat to kill Bren R, but they were just like, no, TJ, don't hurt Bren R. But I was like, fuck that piece of shit. I ever see that motherfucker, I'm wasting his ass. Fucking Bren R, dude. I've never hated a motherfucker like I hate Bren R. TJ went woke and got broke, lol. Ain't broke yet, bitch. You know, honestly, just because I manage my finances better these days, I probably am better off than I ever was. Even though I make less. I just am more responsible with it. Largely thanks to Chelsea, by the way. Chelsea being like the voice of like, maybe don't spend all money that you get instantly. I'm like, huh, interesting hypothesis. I will try it. And bam, I had money all of a sudden. It was crazy. So get woke, achieve financial responsibility, and not go broke. Learn the value of money over time. And thanks to lectures from wife. Why have you never threatened to kill me? You have Kirk right in your name. How could I kill one of my own, dude? Samurai Jack, that's a dope fucking show. Money. So they say, is the root of all evil today. Galen, you ever get that cheese, bro? Galen, did you get that cheese, bro? And if so, do you agree that it's good or do you disagree? Do you dissent and say that cheese is not good? Dude, at the height of my fucking monies, I would like literally just like go to dinner and spend like $500. I just go to like a dinner and be like, yeah, I'll take the fucking filet mignon and lobster. I'll take, what's the most expensive appetizer? I'll take that. And what? Let me see, $200 bottle of wine. Fuck yeah, bring that to me. TJ's going broke, you guys. That's why you should give him money. Amen. Amen. Yeah, you should get that shit, Galen. If you don't want to go yourself, just get some fucking Instacart or whatever the fuck. Or I'll just fucking drop some by your goddamn house. I don't give a flying fuck. You need the whiskey cheese. You need it in your life, Galen. You need it in your life. Yeah, not me. She's way more financially responsible than me. I was just like, money is ephemeral. Memories are forever. And then I'm like, oh, money can actually last too. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Brent can live, dude. Brent can live. I've been too ill. Can't be upright. Poor Galen, dude. Galen's never fucking healthy, man. The struggle of the Galen. Galen, they just need to fucking transfer your brain into a fucking machine. You need to just give up this whole human shit and just be a fucking Robo-Galen. I'm telling you. Robo-Galen, destroyer of worlds, man. Yeah, that's why I grew this big beard, to hide my poverty behind. It's like, oh my God, I'm so broke now. How am I supposed to hide my destitution? I'll grow a long beard and hide all my poverty behind it. Ha 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 ha! Brilliant! It turned out TJ was at a 7-Eleven and the filet mignon was a Slim Jim. A lobster, a cockroach. Lobsters are kind of the cockroaches of the sea, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Wish that fucking, maybe I'll get this vegan dude to come debate me or whatever the fuck. Hold on. I'm gonna see if this dude's available right now. This dude has been begging me, debate me. Humanity, taming the fucking shit. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, this guy, he wants to talk. Hey. Let's see if he's available now. Guy wants to do veganism. I've not played Vorball. Galen, you can be proud. I'm sick of Vorball. I'm sick of it. I don't care about it anymore. I'm over it. It had its time. I might get back into it like in a year or two or something when it fucking has novelty again, but I'm over it. The only thing I regret is I never got to number 1 on the fucking board. I think I got to number 3 at the best. But, you know, whatever. C'est la vie, man. Dude, is there going to be a day that fucking either Jank Uger or Jimmy Dore or one of these motherfuckers ain't going to be trending? Can I go on Twitter one day and fucking just not hear about these motherfuckers and their little fucking stupid squabble bullshit? So fucking bored with it. Like, don't we have real problems? How come every fucking day I go on there and it's like Ben Shapiro, Jank Uger, Ben Shapiro, Jimmy Dore, Jank Uger, Anna Kasparian, Sean King, Talcum X. Like, oh my God, shut up. Yeah, that's all they do. Dude, literally the other day, I was scrolling through my Twitter and fucking, like, a bunch of homeless people were having guns pointed at them, and a Jimmy Dore, like, retweet is like, this is what Jank Uger likes. It's like, is this the fucking time to dunk on Jank Uger? You watch a bunch of homeless people getting fucking kicked out of the fucking shanty town they live in, and your fucking first reaction is, now's my chance to dunk on Jank! It's like, shut up, you fucking cocksucker, man. China's asshole. For shits and giggles, 666. Thanks, man. Love it. Love that. I'm the beautiful vegan messiah. I am the vegan messiah. Let's see. Maybe is this dude, is there another way to get in touch with this guy? It says he follows me. I guess I'll follow him back. When's the last time he was active? Christian God is not real. Okay, I agree with that. Let's see. Let's go. This dude has a YouTube channel of some kind. This is the guy that wants to talk veganism with me. Let's see what he's like. Yeah. Here you go. This is the dude. His name is Perspective fucking Philosophy, right? Is facial recognition tech racist? Too soon. Too soon! The Christian God is not real. Sure, I agree with that. Evil, hidden left-wing agenda of academia. Some JF attack video. Is it immoral to profit from death? I would say yes, usually. I mean, maybe if you're a mortician or something. I don't know. Vegan philosopher. That'd probably be... If we're going to talk veganism, that's probably the best one, right? Q&A, veganism. Let's see. Maybe there's a shorter, pithier... Oh, no, none of these are short and pithy. These are all 2-hour fucking plus videos. Is he live streaming this, or is this like... Yeah, okay. Let's see what we're dealing with here. He's probably asleep. Well, yeah, I mean, I fucking took a gamble that maybe he'd be up, okay? Is he live?
Right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another
All right, hey.
Perspective Philosophy, where we try to better our perceptions of the world through philosophical discussion.
Cool. Let's do it.
Pretty sure my camera's for some reason done this.
His
Whatever.
eyes are so fucking
anyway,
blue.
I hope you're all having a good day, and today I'm going to be doing an AMA for animal rights advocates, so this should be interesting. I'm also going to play Balloons Tower Defense.
What, baby? What's this? What?
What's
His
his accent?
accent?
Because that's... I'm just popping bad arguments one by one. Anyway.
I don't know. So kind of like Irish or something? I don't fucking know. I don't know. Who fucking knows? I'm not good with accents and shit. He's clearly got some kind of accent. Someone in the chat probably knows.
But yeah, we're just going to have a nice chill.
Galen's already like, philosophical my ass. Fuck this son of a bitch. Galen's instantly like, nope.
And a Q&A session. Should be pretty interesting. Yeah.
Okay.
And yes, I am a vegan.
Okay.
In case you were wondering.
Right.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
Quality assured. Right. So,
You should make my potato soup that I'm going to make soon.
Jump into the AMA now. So right. Hello, everyone. And welcome to another episode coming through.
Whoa.
I don't know.
What's going on? Oh, it's doubled. It's doubled on the stream.
Stop it, Lewis. Right. Cool.
Can we stop paying attention to the puritanical vegans of the internet? Why?
My
What are you afraid of?
Oh, that didn't sound good. Right. Hello, everyone. Can you hear us okay?
All right.
Hello, let's ready.
Ah! No. Okay. A little further in. Let's see.
You conceded that subjectivism does not entail non-cognitivism, and that logical vegan subjectivism.
Oh my God. Ism. Have you considered that logical positivism is a division of ism-bism with each ism in the schism? Thank you. All right. Crawl up your own ass. Wait, you already have. Okay. A little further in.
terms of methodology, in terms of socio-political engagements, and overall, what we assume the goal of cognitive success to be. When I seek truth, what am I trying to achieve here, if not an accurate description of reality? And what is that accurate description of reality trying to essentially facilitate? So I think there is a meta-epistemological problem there. In terms of my argument, I would say that there is a dialectical relationship engaged between two individuals, at least, but multiple individuals are engaged in a dialectical understanding of truth and of themselves and of reality as a whole. And the only way that this is going to function epistemologically is if we create...
I need a fucking translator if this guy wants to fucking have a debate, dude. Okay? Yeah. Dialectical... I got dialectical. I heard that part. He said dialectical and something about connections. I don't know.
Universals from which
individuals
endorse and accept,
endorse,
and are capable of endorsing
accept,
and accepting.
Capable of endorsing and accepting.
This actually purports to their life.
Purports to their
and
life.
If I can't go, well, actually, this is right or wrong
okay.
in relation to my experience, then it's an unfalsifiable claim,
okay.
and I have no reason to accept your axiom.
Non-falsifiable claim,
so
axiom.
In terms of all the axiomatic, foundation of ethics.
I need to start writing this shit down. Axiomatic. I just need to pepper my fucking... I just need to say like, yes, the axiomatic dialectic precludes inclusion in the delusion of the obtrusion. So yes, of course, it all makes sense. You're saying yes. Like, all right. Okay. I'm not following. Cool. Let's see. Let's go a little later. Let's see. Maybe we can figure out what the fuck he's talking about later.
You can make arguments as to why you should take maybe as a non-fundamental. Like, you don't have to go like everyone should just stop believing in whatever religion they have or whatever it is, or their cultural beliefs. But you could understand that they try and show that unless they modify their cultural beliefs, they'll lead.
TJ is wading into deep waters here. I'm wading into deep waters, not waiting into them. Use the right word. Sorry.
Themselves into absurdity, and they'll actually dismiss, for example, the possibility of understanding God without a form of hermeneutics or something like that.
I'm on the same page with this shit. Where's the vegan shit?
To buy leather.
Okay, here we go. Leather.
I think that misses the point of veganism entirely.
Okay. No, I completely agree. I think that by contributing to the supply chain is the immoral part of it. So that when you buy it used, then that wouldn't be a problem, probably.
Yeah, like as you say, like secondhand or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not too stoned for this. This is just too far up its own ass. Like, I don't know. Like, when you start fucking getting into this thing where you throw around a fucking college word every fucking 2 words, and it just seems like you're not really saying much. You're just kind of hiding behind a fucking indecipherable wall of jargon. Like when you use axiom and then axiomatic and then dialectic, like all within like rapid fire, like it seems to me like you're not really valuing being understood so much as you're valuing being looked at upon as intelligent. Now, whatever. Maybe that's just how he talks. I mean, he has a philosophical education, so this lingo is probably way more familiar to him than it is someone who's not like a student of philosophy. But for me, sounds pretentious.
I would even make the case that buying a new pair of shoes made of plastics, wherein the production of said product is harmful to the environment, is more harmful to the individuals than wearing the leather itself, because you're supporting an industry. But anyway,
I mean, maybe. I mean, like there is one thing to be.
I mean, like, show me the ethical industry. Like, is there a single capitalistic enterprise that behaves in an ethical manner? No.
We said, like, in terms of the second hand.
Like, there's none, or there's basically none, because capitalism doesn't incentivize that. It incentivizes the maximization of profits. And when that's your highest consideration, morality by necessity takes a back fucking seat.
Hand industry, like if you were to have people like scalping and stuff like that, so like if there was a massive demand in secondhand leather because everyone's like, oh, I'll just buy secondhand instead, and then this demand was causing people to purchase leather products and sell them on secondhand stores, then you're just going to find that the demand hasn't actually diminished, it's just been moved, and that would be the only real risk. It's like, you know, when people scalp tickets or something like that, it's like, you know, the price of tickets is low enough so that they can sell it in a different market for a higher price, and then that's when you know, like the market equilibrium needs to be essentially the.
See, to me, this is the kind of thinking that places an undue onus on individuals, because you cannot eliminate the kind of harm that he's talking about through individual choice. Maybe you can minimize it to some extent and you can make a harm reduction argument. But if you want to actually solve these problems, you have to get systemic, which I'm sure he'd probably agree with. So I don't know why I'm even bringing it up as a contention. But I think that it's just like, probably because I feel like he's placing an undue onus on individual choice. Because I don't think that's nearly the motivator that a lot of vegans seem to think it is. Because I feel like the demand for leather could easily be met with leather substitutes. The demand for meat increasingly can be replaced by either fucking cloned meat or by meat substitutes. I now, a lot of times when I like cook hamburgers and stuff, I don't use ground beef. I use like the Impossible meat. But I have not eliminated meat from my diet. When meat is the best product for the job, like if I want to make some steak tacos, I'm going to buy fucking steak because there's not a substitute that's adequate from a culinary perspective. And I don't feel like the bad ethics behind the purchase of that meat is any worse necessarily than the bad ethics behind the purchase of diamonds or chocolate or bottled water or, you know, any number of fucking products. I mean, because every fucking product or good or service that you can buy in America pretty much has exploitation, pollution, and other fucking deleterious social effects somewhere in the chain, and often multiple places along the fucking chain. So what we need for these sorts of problems is fucking broad systemic solutions that require massive social upheaval. You know, but it has to be something that you get people behind. I get that. But this individual boycott level shit, it doesn't really make any sense because, like, I know it sounds like an excuse, but like the no ethical consumption under capitalism thing, it just holds true. Like when you fucking study this kind of shit, I mean, I guess it depends on what your ethics are. If you have an ethic that's based upon just like might makes right, then I guess, you know, you wouldn't have any problems. But if you have any sort of like compassion or empathy in your ethical framework, then, you know, almost every industry that exists in this country would disgust you. And it does me. But I don't really feel like an outsized moral burden eating steak than I do purchasing a candy bar that contains chocolate that was probably mined by a fucking slave in some third world country where human rights are, looked at as kind of like a joke.
The demise of the demand for leather.
I guess we can talk to this guy. Let's see if he responded to me. Maybe he's there. No, looks like he's fast asleep. He's a sleepy boy. We got one more thing. Let's see if he's saying anything at 2 hours in.
No, I can't hear you, man.
Talking to somebody.
Okay, then last two then.
Yeah, last two real quick, guys. So Lost Europe. Tony, I'm sorry you're going to pull out.
All right, whatever. Interesting stuff. I'd have to talk to him in person, I think, to really fucking delve into this shit. But that would be my contention with the general fucking thesis I saw put forth in that particular clip. But I am not a student of philosophy in the way that he is, clearly. He has all the jargon. The problem is they create... Wait, hold on. The problem... Yeah, I need to move this here. That's what I need to do. Boop. The problem is that they create an ethical issue at the scale of global factory farming, downscale it to the individual, then place an equal amount of ethical onus on the individual. Yeah, I think I see what you're saying with that. I mean, individual choice clearly can have some impact, but if you actually want to solve the problem, I think you have to go beyond the individual. It's just like an individual cannot solve like climate change by fucking not littering or something. You know what I mean? Like, at some point, there has to be broad fucking reforms on a fucking systemic level. Because otherwise you can't solve it. And I really feel like new technologies are going to kind of make the meat industry as it exists now obsolete. I feel like we're going to bypass this moral issue just by progressing beyond it technologically. I think there's not going to be a need to mass raise and slaughter pigs and cows and stuff in the future. I think we're going to get past that technologically. And it's going to just negate the need for this moral argument. I think we're fucking just like pretty far along on that course already. So I think meat at some point will just be a luxury good. I think there might be some genuine meat still floating around, but I think it's going to be, increasingly like a luxury item. And probably will be one that sort of like fades away as in terms of like social in vogueness over time. And I recognize that I'm making a lot of predictions here that could turn out to be fucking flat out wrong, but I don't know. That just seems to be the trajectory to me. Like, we've already seen like huge improvements in like fucking fake meats, cloned meats. Technology is pretty fucking promising at this point. So I don't know. It seems to me like this is not going to be an issue moving forward. I think we're going to just resolve this one with the march of progress. But for at present, I mean, every industry is unethical. If it tastes the exact same as reasonable price, I would be completely behind clone meat. Yeah, why not? But like, let's get that in place because it seems like we're heading there. So let's get to that point, and then no one will fucking give a shit. If someone was like, if you gave someone two fucking steaks and they tasted exactly the same, were equally juicy, and one was a real fucking cow and one was fucking cloned, and the person was like, I like the real one better just because like I like the idea that something suffered for this or some shit. Like, that'd be the only fucking thing they could say at that point. So that person is going to be a very fucking small percentage of meat eaters. If you can give me a steak that tastes like a fucking steak and gives me the same fucking mouth pleasure that eating a fucking juicy medium rare filet mignon can give me, then I'm happy to fucking switch to that. And I feel like we're not far away from science, technology, and fucking whatever else giving me that fucking product. So let's just fucking wait till that happens. Then we can fucking stop. Then the genocide of the cows can fucking finally cease. I'm super picky, but the impossible meats are genuinely indistinguishable from real meat. They're not indistinguishable. That's an overstatement. I've been to a party where there have been Impossible meat and real meat, and I've eaten them side by side, and I can tell you, directly comparing them one after the other, you could definitely tell. But on its own, like if someone just gave me an Impossible Burger and didn't tell me, I probably wouldn't be able to fucking tell you, like, oh, this is not real beef. It's close enough. Do you think investing in large-scale desalination efforts would solve a lot of world problems? I think that the main thing you have to address is poverty. I think the main thing you have to address is that even if you did desalinize the water, you know, it's going to still be distributed by income, right? Like, it costs money to desalinate it, and then you're going to expect the consumer to pay for it. I don't know. I just feel like water should be free. So having free and open access to the water is just as important as doing the desalination. I don't know what sort of ecological impact desalination would have, though. You know, like, they have to like do like the equivalent of like dredging the oceans. Is it going to fucking affect like fish and other fucking ocean life? I mean, it seems like it would, right? I think the biggest problem is that humans and all omnivores naturally the food with the most nutrients and calories, so it's very likely to avoid the vast majority of people eating meat. Yeah, I mean, I feel like culturally a lot of people like to eat meat. Biologically, I think that there's a predilection for human beings to want meat. The closest relatives we have on this earth, like chimpanzees and stuff, even though they have primarily plant-based diets, they do not turn down meat. Like, if they find a carcass, they eat it. They're omnivores. We are omnivores. We've gotten to a point technologically where we can now through agriculture, fucking mass produce meat, which probably is an overabundance of meat in our diet. There's really not much probably about it. We eat too much meat. But it's because there's an abundance of it, you know? But if we were still hunter-gatherers and stuff, like, we would fucking relish any opportunity to eat meat. Like, biologically, we're programmed to be like, meat, gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. Now, I'm not saying that that's like a fatalistic sort of thing where, like, we have no choice and we have no, agency in the matter. We clearly fucking do. You can make a choice not to eat meat, but it is somewhat ingrained as a behavior and as a desire. So I think that to overcome that, you have to have a substitute that's up to the fucking job, that's up to the task. And, you know, I feel like more and more we're getting that, but I don't feel like we're quite there yet. But I really think that's the solution to the fucking argument, because I think that, you know, there is the factory farm industry unethical? Yeah. It's fucking unethical and it's fucked up and it causes suffering and it causes pollution and it contributes to climate change. It does all kinds of horrible shit. So yeah, that problem definitely has to be fucking addressed. But I feel like in this particular instance, technology is up to the task. The answer is develop nanobots to terraform. I think the nanobots are either going to be our savior or our fucking destructor for sure. Damn. I said, God damn. Let's see. What if fake meat were 10 times more unhealthy? I don't think it would be. I don't see why it would be. I mean, I guess if it was, that would be an issue for sure. We should probably address that as well. I don't really see why it would be. Like, if you create something that's, like, closely approximates meat, the way you're going to do that is by getting as close to meat as possible. So it seems unlikely that you would create something that was, like, 10 times as unhealthy as meat while trying to, like, chemically reproduce meat. We tend to overestimate the ability of technology to solve real problems, I think. I think you're probably right about that, but I think in this instance, I think it's pretty fair. I think probably in like 10 to 20 years, like this will not be a big issue, and most people will just be able to be vegan or vegetarian, or at least greatly reduce their meat consumption because of these technologies. I think in this instance, it's a fair assessment because we've already moved so far in terms of progress towards that in my life. Like I eat less demonstrably now. Me as a person who is not a vegan, I eat less meat because these products are on the market. So sometimes when I want a hamburger, I make a fucking an Impossible Burger. You know? Sometimes when I want a hot dog, I eat a vegan fucking corn dog because I literally cannot fucking tell the difference. So I feel like because of the existence of certain products like that, I've already moved away from some meat consumption. It's already reduced my meat consumption. And I know that the cloned meats technology is being fucking worked on. So I feel like that's going to be perfected pretty soon because it's been worked on for fucking quite some time. So I don't know. I just feel like in this case, there's some reason to believe that technology will solve this issue. Although I do agree with you that in general, maybe too much of a burden is put on technology. Like people say like technology will solve climate change. It's like, well, there's really nothing too promising on that front. You know what I mean? Like we've not seen any technological progress on like this technology helps reverse climate change. We have not seen a promising breakthrough there, at least not that I'm aware of. But we have seen major strides towards producing fucking, meat-like products that are not actually, at the expense of an animal's life. So I don't know. It doesn't seem all that far-fetched to me. I just DM'd you on Twitter with a way to elevate your Impossible Burger. If you want to make your Impossible Burger basically identical to a beef burger, buy a loose pack, not the pre-made patties. Dump it into a big Ziploc bag. Pour some A1 steak sauce, garlic powder, onion powder, and a bit of liquid smoke. Measurements not required as long as it coats. Just be sure not to use too much liquid smoke as it is quite strong. Toss it in the fridge. Let it marinate for 8 hours, then cook as normal. It will be quite wet, but once cooked, but fine once cooked. If you want, you could add some breadcrumbs, but not necessarily. I actually do use the crumble more often than I use the prefabbed patties, but I've never done that stuff. But that does sound good. Everything that you listed there sounds pretty tasty. What's in A1, by the way? Is A1... I feel like A1 is so good that it has meat in it. That's probably not right? Sauce. Yeah, what the fuck is in that shit? That's the fucking best goddamn sauce. What's in it? Tomato puree, raisin paste, spirit, vinegar, corn syrup, salt, crushed orange puree, dried garlic, onion, spice, celery seed, caramel color, potassium sorbate, and xanthan gum. Okay. Legit. Sounds good to me, man. Fucking A. I'll try it out. Yeah, I've already been I've honestly, like, all I have done for my burgers right now is I've just taken the Impossible meat. I fucking get, like, I don't think it's quite a pound. I think it comes in, like, 0.75 pound fucking packs, right? I open that motherfucker up. I split it into 2 fucking patties because I like a big fucking patty. I fabricate it into 2 fucking patties. I fucking put salt and pepper on both sides of the patty. I put some oil in the pan, and I just fucking cook those sons of bitches. And that's a pretty minimal fucking amount of prep for a fucking hamburger. And honestly, they turn out really fucking good. Like, I don't even think I would get results that good doing that with regular meat. Like when I have like a beef patty, I fucking actually like do more to it. So honestly, the Impossible meat is actually better to go just right out of the fucking thing than actual ground beef is. Cheese. Cheese is good. Behold the power of cheese. My dad's a major Trumpist, but he's also a vegan for moral reasons. Cool. I mean, half cool, I guess. Texture is important. That's true. It also won't give you salmonella. You're probably right about that. Although a lot of salmonella does come from plant matter, so. Or at least it arrives via plant matter. I guess it doesn't come from it. Yeah, eggs can, I mean, like, I feel like it depends on the quality of beef and how fatty the beef is. But if you get, like, thinner ground beef and you want it to stick together better, an egg can help. For sure. Anyway, I've been doing this about 4 hours. I did what I came to do, so I'm going to probably bid y'all adieu at this point. Love you all. Hope you have a good evening or morning or whatever time it is for you. But I think I'm going to go watch some Ozark on the Netflix and enjoy some of that. And then when Chelsea inevitably falls asleep, I'll switch over to fucking Beastars and watch some of that. And then I'll sleep, and then I'll wake up, and then I'll fucking shoot a grease trap and shoot a fucking full-length episode of Deep Fat Fried. And then I don't know what I'll do after that. Probably something. Anyway, love you guys. Have a good one. You guys rock. Each and every fucking one of you. Thank you to everyone who donated. Thank you everyone who watched, whether you agreed or disagreed. If you liked it, give it a thumbs up. Consider becoming a Pessimist Productions Patreon. Get all kinds of content for just $5 or $10. You can look at the different offerings on display there. And that's pretty much it. Bye-bye.